Good morning, how you doing?
Are you coming in today?
I go. Mr. Cripps, are you ready on timer? There you go. Do I have a APA here on turn?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Calling case number 2305-8815 for the state of Michigan versus Will Turner. Defendant is charged in count one, homicide, murder, second degree.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of the people, P84009.
Hey, good morning, Judge David Cripps, P34972. Appearing on behalf of my client, Wilma Patrice Turner, who's in the Wayne County.
Are you waiving their presence?
Yes.
Court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Judge, two things today. One is I've examined her background, talked to the family, and she has a psychiatric history of bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. She's very difficult to communicate with when my business in the jail because of the state of mind she's in. So the defense can make a request for referral for competency to stand trial for criminal responsibility. I think I followed those.
Okay. Court will continue to plead not guilty. I'll refer the defendant for a competency evaluation. We'll set a review date for
Oh, you trying to watch it? I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm trying.
we'll set a review date for December 22nd at 8:30.
Thank you. The second issue, Your Honor, has to do with bond consideration. A little bit of a history to this issue. The original charge was GBH with the $250,000 10% bond. The charges were after the complaint died, were increased to second-degree murder. The current charges that she's facing now. And the bond was set at the arraignment of $500,000 for 10%. And it's a level that my client's family can't reach. They feel there has to be a pretty serious bond on the case. We would ask for a reduction on this, Your Honor.
Ms. Turner? People?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm pulling up the statute right now that I believe applies, or the court rule, I apologize.
Well, she does that. My client's 47 years old, no prior record. She's on SSI for disability. We'll be living with her daughter if she ever goes any problem. She suffered from colon cancer. She had a disc removal of the back of the ass. Suffers from seizures in the asthma. She has medical risk of being injured.
People?
Your Honor, the people again bring up Michigan Court Rule 6.106A, or no, I'm sorry, B1I, Your Honor, that the court may deny pretrial release to a defendant charged with murder or treason. At the arraignment and bond redetermination hearing, it was argued that because it's not murder one, that this statute doesn't apply, or this rule doesn't apply, Your Honor, which I believe is an erroneous representation of the court rule, and that it doesn't specify that it can only be murder one or felony murder, Your Honor. It says murder. Therefore, I believe it does apply to murder too, Your Honor, and the people would be asking at this time that you deny any pretrial release.
I misrepresented nothing. What I argued to the court is I have a number of clients who have been out on bond for second-degree murder over the years. And she's right, the statute says may, not must. And so you have discretion here, Your Honor, on certain unique cases.
I understand that. What I'll do, however, is I'll refer to pretrial services for common recommendation. I know absolutely nothing about this case witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Dalhart?
Good morning, Judge. I'm already on Zoom on my computer. I'm hoping this is working on my phone here. I have a client who had a case we've written. I did check with the assignment, and she indicated that courtroom for Anthony Moore II. He's in the Wayne County Jail. I
We're
with him yesterday.
Calling case number 2305-770501 for the state of Michigan versus Anthony Moore II. He's in discharge of count 1. Assault with intent to murder, count 2. Assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation, count 3. Assault with a dangerous weapon, counts 4, 5, and 6. Weapons felt firearm.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yesterday, offered the people P-86743.
Good morning, Mayor Jair, on behalf of Anthony Moore II.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Well, I just got this assignment. I was able to review the paper discovery, but I was sent some discovery after hours yesterday. I apologize, I wasn't able to look at the discovery yet. We just put my mom in hospice, and I had a big FaceTime meeting last night with my sisters because they're out in New Jersey. So I need a little bit more time to go over that discovery with Mr. Moore. If we set an exam date far out or another PCC, whatever the court prefers.
Do you know whether or not there's a possibility this may resolve itself short of an exam?
Oh, it'll definitely result in an exam.
It's going to be an exam. I might as well set the exam date now. The court will continue to plead not guilty to set this matter for preliminary examination How is September 29th?
No,
At
Ken,
10? Excuse me?
I have 3 things scheduled already on that day.
Okay, what time are you available?
But I'm not available. I leave that afternoon to go out to take my turn at watching my mother in hospice. I will be back on October the 9th, but that's a holiday, so I'll be back on the 10th. I'm available on the 10th. And
A little better than that. What time are you available on the 29th?
I'm not available on the 29th. I have 3 things in the morning and I have a flight in the afternoon.
The 27th.
I booked solid for the rest of the month.
Maybe you can't do this case, Ms. Dunbar.
Well, I needed more time out for the exam. I can't do it.
October 2nd.
Okay, again, I'm gonna be in New Jersey. I'm trying to explain my mother was put in a hospice. I have to help my sister with her. The only thing I can try and do is I can try and adjourn one of the cases. I could probably move and become available like 10:30, 10:05 on the night. Really pushing it.
10:30 on the 29th, you said?
10:45.
10:45, okay, so 10:45. September 20.
I'll adjourn my other case if I have a problem doing that. I don't think I will because the prosecutor said that they may still be in trial. So,
Okay, thank you. September 29th at 10:45, bound to be continued.
Yep.
Mr. Goes, morning. Morning, Joe. You ready on the other more?
extremely
Yes,
rude.
Just saying here. Can you come up, Judge? Yes, thank you.
Maybe. I should have said maybe. It's especially a side prosecution, but this is not an issue that needs to have her on the record unless the court deems otherwise. It's a failure to appear for the forensic interview for comments.
Okay. Yes.
Calling case number 2305-633901 for the state of Michigan versus Brianna Ward. Defendant is charged in count 1, aggravated indecent exposure. Sexually delinquent person notice. Defendant has a habitual offender for defense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Eric Rosie on behalf of Mr. Brian Moore.
Please stand in for.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Appearance, please.
Jessica did not
Might be number 60310.
All right. So those-
Thank you, Your Honor. My client was to appear at our office to do the Zoom interview with the forensic center, but there was a signal that was crossed with Mr. Moore's. This is not Mr. Moore's intention to not appear. In fact, he had another engagement through the Michigan Housing Commission to buy him housing. It happened to fall on the exact same day. He was with his counselor, Ms. Lonari, and she was taking him from one apartment to another on that same day. Mr. Moore, because of the nature of his condition, doesn't necessarily comprehend what is important and what is not in terms of scheduling. And Ms. Lenari was not aware of the arrangement that we had made for him to be evaluated. We had a room set up and everything for him. So because of his diminished capacity, as it were, and Ms. Lenari not knowing the nature of what the reason for him coming to our office was, he missed that day. I recognize that the forensic center would like to have him incarcerated as a result of missing that, which the defense, of course, feels is a little heavy-handed in light of the circumstances. He's been untethered, he hasn't violated the same. He has new home housing, which will be scheduled beginning of the month, is that correct? Okay, so around the first of the month, you'll be moving to the place. And obviously, we can provide him transportation to from our office to the court like I did today. So I just believe that this was a mistake on his part. Judge, we're asking to reschedule the competency hearing on the 60 days.
Okay, I'll give one last opportunity. If it doesn't work out this time, the court is going to be forced to make other arrangements.
We understand, Judge. Thank you.
So I'll re-refer the to set a review date for. Are we open November 22nd?
The day before Thanksgiving, I don't know.
Let's do the 27th. November 27th at 8:30.
I started jury trial. Is it possible we could do this?
I don't know if that's going to be enough time.
How does the court have any availability December before? Which would be one of the.
December 4th.
Thank you, sir.
Be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Kenneth, are you there?
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes.
Good morning, sir. You're here on Mendenhall?
Yes, Your Honor.
In case number 230577780 people establishing versus Joseph Mendenhall. The good news charge they count one weapons fired in possession by felon, count 2 domestic violence, second. That's it.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jessica David for the people, T-6743.
May it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Jeffrey Kenneth, P64800 on behalf of Mr. Mendenhall. Mr. Mendenhall, please state your name for the record.
Joseph Mendenhall.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Kenneth?
Your Honor, this is the people filed amended information or removing the domestic violence and assaultive charges and leaving just gun charges. And I think based on that and Ms. Drain's email, they believe that this case should be moved to a different docket because it no longer contains domestic violence.
Okay.
Excuse me.
We'll make that happen.
Can I say something? Hello.
What?
Yeah, can I say something?
What?
I was saying, they had me on, they thought it was domestic violence, but it wasn't domestic violence. And can I see the video clip or anything? And they got me on the tether because it was domestic violence. And can y'all take that off and say I can go home now because it's not domestic violence? I can't even go home. And she don't even.
Let your lawyer talk for you, okay?
Okay.
So this is the original information that's count 2 was checked. Amended to felony firearm. Count 1 is left as firearm possession by the felon. Okay, so hold tight. We're going to find out what judge you're going to go to. Okay.
Can I talk to your lawyer?
Mr. Mendenhall, if you would relax and let us handle the court business, I've told you we'll address your tether.
Okay. Sure.
All right, Mr. Pitts.
Good morning, Your Honor. We are here on Jerron Beverly, who was actually here. His iPhone doesn't reflect his name, but it says iPhone. He's a gentleman with the sort of pinkish shirt and the beard. So we are here and ready.
All right, Mr. Kleinfeld is here as well.
Okay.
Calling case number 2305-852401. For the state of Michigan versus Jerron Beverly. Defendant discharged in count one, operating license suspended, removed, denied, causing serious and
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Mike Kleinfeld for the people, 379-328.
And may it please this honorable court, good morning, Byron Pitts, ready on behalf of Jerron Beverly, who is present, consents to having this hearing on Zoom. Is that true, Mr. Beverly?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Beverly, tell us your name for the record.
Jerron Beverly.
All right, so do we have our judges all lined up in the row now, Mr. Kleinfeld?
Judge, we should, the new warrant was, I authorized it. It was sworn to yesterday. And I believe it was going to be forwarded to the court and added to the docket. The second case, can I ask, is the clerk aware if there's another case that was added or?
We have another charge. Mr. Beverly.
And Judge, at this point, if it was not added to this court's docket for this morning, I still think I will move forward and dismiss this case this morning. I think the question is whether or not we can arraign him on the new case.
All right. Okay, it's not in the system yet, Mr. Kleinfeld. But I understand that it is forthcoming. But the court is inclined to grant your motion to dismiss the case that's presently before the court. And I will await the other matter to arraign Mr. Beverly on.
Very good, Your Honor.
Dismiss this matter without prejudice. Thank you, Mr. Pitts. Mr. Beverly, Mr. Kleinfeld, have a good day, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Judge, when should we come? When are we leaving for today and waiting for another day to do the new arraignment?
Yeah, I don't have any other information about the case yet.
Okay. When should we come back? Any idea?
I have none.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Kleinfeld, if you could communicate with me and to make sure we're all here when the next date, whatever that is, or whatever you've.
Yeah, I think it'll be later today. Once I hear there's a case, I'll contact the court and you and just arrange Zoom in or something.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you.
Trying to help. I gotta get a new lawyer. You hear me? I gotta get a real lawyer.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
based on Mr. Mendenhall's comments, could the court recall the case? I'll make a motion to withdraw. He's said multiple times on this Zoom he wants a new lawyer, so let's let him have a new lawyer.
No, it doesn't work like that, Mr. Kenneth.
I understand, Judge. I'm just trying to let the court know that we
No.
can go that route.
It's not that. I'm saying you supposed to try to, if they mistrial something, sir, you supposed to try to throw something out or and I'm on a tether for this reason, sir. I got you. You supposed to help me. It's like you're not trying to help me.
Sir, you need to, first of all, listen to what's going on. Mr. Kenneth
Okay.
is a very good attorney and he's addressing your issues, but it's not before this court right now. So you have to show a little bit of patience, okay?
Okay, I am. I apologize. Camera off.
Stop unmuting yourself, sir. I'm trying not to hear you. I keep putting you on a mute for a reason. Mr. Konecki, Judge Jobs.
Judge Giles, do we have a PCC date?
You can go over there now.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you. Mr. Mendenhall, you need to zoom into the same Zoom number that this, except for it's a 233. I'll text you the number. That's
All
the
right, can
new
I talk
judge.
to you too? All right, can I talk to you
Yeah,
when I get a chance?
go to the other one, go to the other Zoom, and then we'll talk.
Right now?
Yeah, yes.
221.
233, sir. 360-233.
I'm trying to. Hold on one sec.
Don't worry, I'm gonna help you out.
The phone going in and out. It's going in and out, sir.
There you go. Goodbye. Have a good day. Okay.
Jessica. They don't want, they don't want. The other, I'll give it. Listen. But they come back here with the order and I'm like, okay.
Who said
Fresh out. Yeah, because this one still says. I'm not gonna go over, but. Just, attorney and prosecutor, West Side, West Side, Moxie, Sicily. They both said they had a very busy day today, that they tried to say. that new file. Yes.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah. Okay. Prosecutor, know anything about Carter? Because they didn't bring him over, they say got a cop in 1023. Cop is in 1023. Cop here. That's what's showing that they. Yeah.
It's exam today.
So they only had that in their computer.
Ask them, do they want to send them?
Okay.
They want to send them. No. Okay, oh, citation grant? You do have one? I'm not expecting her. She's on the phone. She's gonna come in. So are you? Okay. All right. She's running late. But she is gonna come. She is gonna come. She said she's running late. Carter Cost.
Oh, to the
Do
jail.
you also need a copy of it? Well,
Oh, no, you sent it to the jail.
they say they didn't have a bid for it.
I do, because if he's here, we gotta send him.
They didn't send it over. Because they didn't have a bid.
Are they gonna bring him over? Has this already been? We don't need him.
They didn't have a bid, so I gotta send a bid in order to get it here. Right? I didn't send a bid.
I mean, you could just send it just in case, they didn't say,
Because when I
Whether they
looked
was
them
gonna
up,
send it or not.
they said it was gonna cost you to send them,
Huh?
they said it was gonna cost you to bring them all.
because I'm pretty sure when I looked them up, the case number and the court date was on the jail thing, so they should.
They come through, they just had a comp plan on 10/24.
Oh. Okay.
It says that. No. I was asking you guys.
Only if he come over so we can take it back, send it back.
Yeah, I know we need that.
No, we don't need that.
So who you have downstairs, available right here? Which one's downstairs available?
So, yeah, send for. Okay.
Okay, okay, they call it until the court. That's gonna be good. Yeah, we can- This- No, PRUIT.
And the first one is Alicia. Yeah, I wasn't. Oh, yeah, I didn't have to.
Arnita? She say how long she's here.
It's not. What this is. Oh, yeah. This is.
for.
Justin Lindsay. Calling case 2358832, the state of Michigan versus Justin Lindsay. Defendant is charged with count one assault, intentional great bodily harm, domestic murder, or strangulation. Count two domestic violence. Here, two for the record.
Morning, Your Honor, Gabriel Fleur, requesting permission to practice under Code Rule 8.210 and the supervision of APA investigative officer.
Permission granted.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Leanna Belcher, P80177, on behalf of Mr. Lindsay. Sir, will you please state your name?
I didn't hear you, sir.
Justin Lindsay.
There's day time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
The people are ready, Your Honor.
How many witnesses?
One witness.
Your Honor, I did have an opportunity to speak with my client about the nature and purpose of a preliminary examination, understanding the statutory right he wishes to make that exam and have the standard found over as charged.
Mr. Lindsay, please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you, sir. You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination by waiving the same. That means you don't have one. You now know this Wayne County Clerk of Court as you stand charged in the complaint. You understand that? You understand the nature and the purpose of the preliminary examination? Understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime charged with was committed in the city of Detroit with its probable cause to believe he committed it.
Yes, sir.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No, sir.
Is anyone promising you anything?
No, sir.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to the people?
No, Your Honor.
Court finds the defendant's waiver is made known and voluntarily freely. Court finds that the criminal to Wayne County Clerk of Court criminal division for proceedings is arraignment on the information date and time to be October 6, 2023 at 9:00 p.m. Found to continue.
Thank you,
guys
Your Honor.
sign the record form?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, if you can have one moment, there's an issue we want to address on the record.
I did not violation, Judge. This is the first time hearing about it.
It's different. Apparently, there's been threatening phone calls, Ms. David Aldis going to see if she can get more information.
Your Honor, that's the first time hearing of it. I have no further information. At this time. No. Judge, while the prosecution's obtaining this information, I do have a 10 o'clock meeting that's scheduled. Can I step out and complete that hearing? Thank you.
He can stay in the courtroom. Have a seat.
Defense attorney leave already?
No, she just stepped out. On the way to do something.
When he has a moment, can we address Your Honor, she has her sister with her, and the phone is in the car. Do you mind if I send the sister to the witness hall?
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Fine, Judge. Hello again. Hello again.
Ready on Denisha Lawson?
Yes, I am, Judge.
Calling case 2358833, for the state of Michigan versus Denisha Devon Lawson. Defendant is charged with count one assault, with intent to great bodily harm, listed murder by strangulation. Count two domestic violence. Here's the-
Your Honor, Jessica Daylight, or people, 8674.
May it please the Honorable Court, Eric Gosi on behalf of Ms. Lawson.
There's date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Defense is ready to proceed, Judge.
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed, if the waiting witness is not present, then I'm unable to proceed without the testimony.
Move for dismissal at this point.
So order, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, sir.
Get that dismissal order for me.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yes.
I know, it's. Gen X.
Yes.
I'm just giving you a clear to be back in just a few minutes. Yes. I'll be in the hall.
Okay.
I need, if I could have 30 seconds to tell the prosecutor before, sure, okay, but yeah, we're ready. I think my client's.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Judge. I've always been extremely cooperative with your court. So I was able to adjourn one of the cases on the 29th. I can come at 10:30 if that's helpful, which is what you had requested. I had said 10:45.
You can keep it 10:45 if you like, or you can do 10:30. What's your preference?
Yeah, we'll just do the 10:30 because like I said, I have a flight later that day, so it works for me too.
10:30 it is.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, you as well.
Okay, I'll try.
Anthony Moore is going to be 10:30 instead of 10:45. You get that, people? Yes. Anthony Moore.
Anthony Moore.
It's going to be 10:30 instead of 10:45.
On what day?
The same day, September 29th.
We got the other two. Carter. Right here. No, we got three. So we got Dale. So we got Dale, right here, and Carter.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning.
I apologize for missing your call the other day.
Ready on? Yes. Yeah. Walk over there, have a seat right next to your attorney. Yes, sir.
Calling case 2358784, people of the state of Michigan versus Brandon Eric Dale. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. The alternative, criminal sexual, count 2, criminal sexual conduct, third degree, person 13 to 15. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. And the alternative, count 4, criminal sexual conduct, third degree, person 13 to 15. Count 5, criminal sexual conduct, second degree during felony. Count 6, criminal sexual, or in the alternative, criminal sexual conduct, fourth degree, victim 13 through 15. Count 7, controlled substance delivery of marijuana to minors. Then it has a official with third offense status. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brittany Johnson on behalf of people, P 83513.
Judge, good morning to you and to your staff. Good morning also. Michael Woodyard, my IP number is 64612. I'm a staff attorney with Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, and we represent Mr. Dale. Would you say good morning, sir, and say your name?
Morning, Brandon Dale. There's date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, we are ready to proceed. My one complaining witness is my only witness. She is 14 years old, so people would ask that you mute the live stream and that her face not be
Well, I will not display her face, but I don't know if it's necessary for me to mute the audio.
Your Honor, for purposes simply of the record, I would agree that there is not I don't know if there's a reason, but there doesn't seem to be a legal basis to mute the audio.
I don't mute the audio.
Thanks.
I'll mute when she states what her name is.
Thank you. Fair enough. And before we get started, Judge, I would ask for a stipulation that the Motor City Casino Hotel is located at 2901 Grand River Avenue in the city of East Point.
So stipulated.
Yes, sir.
We'll take judicial notice as well.
Thank you, Judge. And I just want the court and Mr. Woodard to be on notice that we may add an additional count of CSC1 during felony based on the testimony. It was mentioned in the kid's talk, and it is mentioned in the police report. I just wanted some more to be able to speak with the complainant, and that's why I didn't add it to the charges.
Okay. And I have them on. For your witness.
All right, at this time, we call Ms. Jacqueline Lindquist.
Yes. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to you. Your voice up nice and loud and speaking to that microphone is to your left. In fact, we're going to place the microphone in your lap so you can speak directly into it, okay? You may begin when you're ready.
And sorry, what's your birthday?
A little louder for me, please.
February 26, 2009.
Thank you, that's a good volume. And how old are you today?
14.
Do you know someone named Brandon Dale?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see him in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you point to him and tell me what color he's wearing?
Green and white.
Turn up the record to reflect the witness's identification of the defendant.
So noted.
Thank you. And Ms. Jacqueline, do you know how old Brandon Dale is?
44.
And how did you meet him?
Thursday.
And at some point, did you spend the night with him at Motor City Casino?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
April 3rd.
And was that of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
That being 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you doing that day before you met him? And then what, did you reach out to him? How did you get into contact?
Through TikTok Messenger.
So you guys,
TikTok Messenger.
so you guys were talking that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then how did you end up seeing him that night?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'll rephrase a better question. You spent the night with him. How did that happen? Did he ask you? Did you ask him something different?
I was meant to, I couldn't stay the night with his house, so I needed someone to stay. He offered to get a room, and I agreed.
Okay. And when he offered to get a room, did he tell you where that room was gonna be?
Yes.
Where?
Mostly.
Okay. And did he pick you up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did he drive you to Detroit at Motor City?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you consume anything when you got in the car before you left your home?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. When he picked you up, did he pick you up from your house or someone else's house?
Someone else's house.
Okay, and then did you consume anything when he first picked you up?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you consume?
Hello.
And when you say an edible, what form was that in?
Honey.
Okay. Remember what the package looked like or anything?
No, ma'am.
And that home that you left, what city is that located?
Where I left from?
Yes.
Iowa Township.
Is it Iowa Township?
Yes, IRA.
Thank you. Have you ever been to Detroit before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you were driving, were you familiar with the route that you were taking?
Yes.
When you arrived in the city of Detroit, did you know you were in the city of Detroit?
Yeah.
Did you, what did you guys do in the car?
Listen to music.
Did you consume anything else while you were in the car when you got to Detroit?
When I got there, yes.
And what did you consume?
Joint.
Okay. When you say you had a joint, who was smoking the joint?
Both.
And when you were smoking the joint, that was when you were in Detroit?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that?
We were in parking lot.
And did you go inside Motor City Casino?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do when you came inside?
Sat in the lobby.
And when you're sitting in the lobby, how is your body feeling?
Lightweight.
I didn't hear you.
Lightweight.
Prior to that date, had you ever consumed marijuana before?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you feeling the effects of the marijuana when you were in the lobby of the Motor City Casino Hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do after you got there?
I sat in the lobby and then we got food.
After you get food, you go up to the room?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do when you get to the room?
Eat.
What do you do after you eat?
Lay in bed.
What is Brandon doing while you're laying in bed?
Shower.
After he showers, what does he do?
Come in bed.
When he's laying in bed, is he near your body? Where are your body's positioned at?
I'm on the left side, he's on the right side, we're watching TV.
Are your bodies touching in any way?
No, not at this moment.
At some point, does he leave the room?
Yes, sir.
Where, do you know where he went?
And
Where'd he go?
casino.
And then, when, does he come back?
Yes, sir.
Do you know about how long later he comes back?
10 to 15 minutes.
And then, when he comes back, what happens?
We lay in bed.
When you're laying in bed, are your bodies touching at this time?
Not right when he gets back.
Okay, at some point, does that change?
Yes, sir.
How does it change?
He gets close.
When he's getting close, can you describe how his body's positioned compared to yours?
Sideways.
So are you both like facing the same direction?
Yes, sir.
Okay, kind of laying on your sides? Okay, kind of cuddling? And while he's doing that, what's he doing with his hands?
Touching me.
Having sex? You're making out, does he ever move his body?
Yes, sir.
What does he do?
Like, I don't want to say it's on top of me, but like kind of like hugging me.
So after you guys are making out, what happens next? Then what happens?
We watch TV.
When you're watching TV, does his body make contact with your body again?
Yes, sir.
How does he do that?
My head is on the shape.
Okay. What's he doing with his hands?
It's over the shape.
What happens next?
So
I didn't hear you.
we start making out.
And then what happens next?
He puts his hands.
So while his hands are in your hair, so does he push your head anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where does he push your head to?
Towards his private part.
Okay. Was his private part out?
Not at this time.
Okay. At some point, does it come out?
Yes, sir.
And what does he do with his private part?
Takes a one out.
You said, I'm sorry?
Takes a one out.
Okay. And so is his private part in your mouth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are you doing? I can word a different question. Do you remember about how long that lasted for?
Like 2 minutes.
How does it end?
Me spitting on the floor.
When you're spitting on the floor, what are you spitting on the floor?
Sand.
What happens after that?
We lay down.
I'm sorry?
We lay down.
Okay. You're laying down, is he touching any part of your body?
We were cuddling again.
While this is happening, are you still feeling the effects of marijuana?
No.
Okay. While you're laying down, does he touch any other part of your body?
Yes.
Okay, what parts of your body?
My heart.
Does he ever touch any other parts of your body?
Yeah, my chest.
Okay, when you say your chest, is that your breast?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, was that with one hand, 2 hands, something different? And you said you touched your private part. Is that, what do you use that part to do? Not at that moment, but just in general, what do you use that private part for?
Pee.
And does he make any contact with that private part with his body? What part of his body? What's he doing with his mouth?
Like.
So you said his mouth's on your private part. Is it on the outside, inside, something different?
Outside.
Okay. Is he ever licking the inside?
No.
Okay. His mouth is on your private part? And at any point, does he use his hands or his fingers to touch your private part?
Yes, ma'am.
After he's doing that, what happens next?
Yeah.
Does anything else like that happen that night?
No, nothing like that.
You guys go to sleep there?
No, we ended up going out again.
Where'd you go?
The car.
What'd you do in the car?
So,
That was after these things had happened.
yes, ma'am.
And then after you smoke in the car, you go back to your room,
We go to the machines.
and then at some point you end up back in the room.
Yes, ma'am.
And then do you spend the night there?
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you got up the next morning, you remember anything happened then? No. And when you leave, does Mr. Dale take you back home?
To my cousin's visits.
Okay, maybe your residence. When you get back to where you're from, do you tell anybody about what happened that day?
No, ma'am.
Do you tell anybody about what happened a couple of days later? Or
Yeah, that
anywhere near when it happened?
Yes.
Okay, how soon after it happened?
I would say at least that night after.
Okay, who did you tell?
My cousin.
And after you tell Samantha, do you tell any adults?
Yes, Samantha.
And did you tell her mom?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you indicate to them that you didn't want the police involved?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How come?
Because I'm not the type of person that's so calm. I just don't feel comfortable around me.
And at some point, did you tell your sister Amber?
No,
Do you ever remember telling her?
I never told my sister.
Did you get any medical attention after this had happened? And did anybody tell you what not to say? Did Brandon ever tell you not to tell anybody that this happened? When did he tell you that?
Like days before, because we had been in contact already. And it was just like anything we did was a secret.
Okay, so before you went to Motor City, you all had hung out before?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of things would you do when you hung out?
Judge, I object, this gets into an area that hasn't been noticed on that's 4B. These are other acts that Ms. Johnson is inquiring to. We haven't been put on notice of them. Certainly, prosecution hasn't filed a formal notice, and I would object.
Other acts or other bad acts? Is it relevant to these particular charges? I can see the problem is.
I don't know what they are. It sounds like they're talking about a relationship of some sort. Given the nature of the testimony already, I can't imagine that it's going to be good. So I think that it would it's fall under 404B and there's been no notice.
It arises out of the same facts and circumstances that I'm here. We're talking about a different date and time, and it's not relevant.
Fair enough, Judge. I also believe that that notice is for trial. I don't believe I'm getting into other acts. I was just trying to expand on their relationship. How long would you be talking?
Since like before that,
Yes.
I don't know. I would say a few weeks maybe.
How did you communicate with Mr. Dale prior to this meeting?
Multiple ways.
Okay, you told us about TikTok messaging, else.
Snapchat.
Snapchat. Okay, did you guys ever text?
No, not at that time.
Okay. And have you been in contact with Mr. Dale after this happened and
Yes,
after,
ma'am.
and after you talked to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
How were you in contact with him?
That was number.
I'm sorry?
Number.
Oh, from his number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did he call you? Did you call him?
I do not remember.
Okay, but you guys talked after this.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you talk about what happened?
On occasion.
What did he say about what happened?
Nothing. It was just police being involved.
What?
Police being involved.
Okay, and what did he say about police being involved?
Just asking if I need the report.
And did you receive any calls from him from the jail?
Is that it?
Do you remember how many?
I would say 6, but I got a call one time in the kitchen, so 7.
But it was definitely more than once?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that on more than one day?
Yes.
I don't believe I have any further questions for this witness.
Cross-examine.
Just one moment. Thank you, Judge. Ms. Lindquist, you said you had been to Detroit before this particular day,
Yes, ma'am.
And-
Yes, sir.
and you
Sorry.
knew, that's okay, and you knew the route.
Yes, sir.
What was the route?
It was down like I-95 or I-94.
You said that after you left Motor City Casino, you went to Samantha's house?
Yes, yes, sir.
Is Samantha an adult who lives at that house?
No, sir.
Samantha is a young person?
Yes, sir.
Is she your age? Is Samantha a girl?
Yes, sir.
Is she your age?
Younger than me,
A lot younger? How old is she?
just a year younger.
Who is the grown-up who lives at Samantha's house?
Jamie.
Do you know who Tammy is?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Tammy?
It's Samantha's mom.
Do you know if is Tammy related or associated with Mr. Dale?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how?
Cousins.
Did Mr. Dale live at that house?
Yes, sir.
Judge, thank you. I don't have a question. Thank you.
Can you redirect? You indicated that he used his hands and fingers to touch your private part. I just want to elaborate on that just a little bit. The private part that you're talking about is what? You have another name for it?
Vagina.
Your vagina. What did he do with his hands or fingers to your vagina? When you said that he touched your private part of your vagina, can you tell me specifically how he touched it? With his fingers?
Yes, sir.
Did his fingers go inside your vagina?
Yes, sir.
He did? All right. Any questions based on my questions?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. Any other witnesses on behalf of the people?
No, Judge, I don't believe so.
Any witnesses on behalf of the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
People?
So I think we've met our elements for providing marijuana to a minor. That would be count 7. As far as my other counts go, I did charge in the alternative because these are criminal sexual conduct in the 3rd degree, person 13 to 15. I think that's very clear. I think that there was fingers in congenital opening, someone's mouth on the vagina, as well as her engaging in fellatio. So I would ask that an additional count be added for that. However, our argument would be that the facilitation of the felony of providing marijuana to the minor, albeit she was feeling the effects of the marijuana when she gets to the hotel, but not necessarily when the sexual assault is happening. But the commission of the felony could be on or around that time. People are citing to People v. Waltonen, last name Waltonen. It is a Michigan Court of Appeals case 272, Mich. App 678 from 2006. And that case highlights that the drug use doesn't necessarily need to be at the exact same time as the sexual assault. In that case, the drugs had been promised to someone who was drug addicted. They engaged in the sexual assault, and then they were provided the drugs. Well, I don't think that's what happened here. I think that the window of time of providing the drugs both before and after the sexual assault is very relevant. And so we would move bind over on counts 1, 3, 5, 7, and an added count 8, criminal sexual conduct in the 1st degree during felony. If the court is not persuaded by that, we would be moving to bind over on 2, 4, 6, 7, and an additional count 8, criminal sexual conduct.
Because these are charged in the alternative, why wouldn't I found that you've met your proofs? Why wouldn't I bind over on all 7 added count?
Judge, if the court believes we have met our proofs, I would ask that we bind over on all of them. We were going in the alternative because we weren't exactly sure how the testimony was going to come.
If you have both of them, Mr. Wood, let me hear from you.
Your Honor, I agree that as charged and constructed, the criminal sexual conduct 3rd degrees are essentially lesser included. I agree about that. However, I think that Waltonen stands for a proposition different than what the prosecution is construing. I think that Waltonen stands for the proposition that the other felony, the felony which escalates or elevates a CSC3 into a CSC1, that the felony has to have been conducted, and this is what Waltonen says, for the purpose of engaging in the criminal sexual.
Why wouldn't that be a question of fact as to what happened here? You're picking up a baby, a child, and you're giving the child drugs and taking him to a hotel. You're in bed with the child.
Judge, I did hear the evidence. My position would be that the witness testified that she had previously used marijuana. That is what I would hang my hat on in terms of arguing that the provision of narcotics alleged here, marijuana, was not for the purpose of the sexual allegation of sexual. I understand the court's position. It may very well be a motion I need to make later, but that's my position now. If the court is inclined, I think everything else is a question of fact.
I agree. It is a question of fact, including the added charge of criminal sexual conduct 1st degree during felony. I think it's a question of fact because, like I said, you have a grown man picking up a child, giving that child drugs and taking that child to a hotel, and then committing these sexual acts, and then giving the child drugs again. I think it's a question of fact to be determined by a trier of fact that was given to the child for the purpose of making this whole transition, picking her up to having sex or performing sexual acts with her a little easier. Or after hearing the testimony of the young lady, is satisfied that people met their burden of probable causes relates to counts 1, 3, 5, 7, and count 8, as well as count 2, 4, 6, and 7 in the alternative. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finding probable cause of the least defendant committed will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. His arraignment on the information, date, and time will be September 29, 2023, at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Just have a seat right here.
Ms. Belcher back?
I'm here,
Oh, there she is.
I'm
Ready?
hiding.
Okay. Let's go back on the record on case number 230588320 people versus Justin Minzy. People wanted to address bond.
Yes, Your Honor, the people would ask that you reiterate the no contact with the defendant. There has been contact continued from the time that he was released on this case all the way up until this morning.
And Your Honor, I appreciate the court's willingness to allow us a brief recess. The complaining witness in this case did go and get a cell phone. That cell phone was produced to me a few minutes ago to look through some text messages. It appears, or Instagram messages, I should say. I did review those Instagram messages. It did appear as though the complaining witness had made contact with my client to inform him of a pregnancy. They were not. Originally, it was proposed that they were kind of aggressive text messages. I did not interpret them to be that way. I think a reiteration of the no contact would be appropriate.
Sir, are you trying to go back to jail?
Sorry.
So what is it about the court's order of no contact you can understand?
She tells me about the pregnancy, that's what I just, that's what I just kept asking how she doing, how she feeling and stuff like that. It wasn't.
Well, you see, as far as you're concerned, she's bad news. If she's contacting you and then when you respond to her, she comes and tells that you're contacting her. That doesn't seem quite right, does it?
No, sir, I don't.
There's no more contact, so you're gonna find yourself in jail. You understand?
No other contact besides this.
I don't care if she contacts you and says she's having triplets. That's, I
Moving forward. Do you understand?
can't hear you.
I got it.
I'm continuing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Y'all stay safe. Mr. Glenn here. I saw him, he panned earlier.
Right. He might be on his way up from detention because he had went down and talked to his wife.
Just that count, 12/22, that's not a good date for the court. 12/22, that count, Tony, we close on Christmas. So you have to do 20.
Mr. Glenn, how you doing today? Ready on right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Step out there, sit right next to your attorney.
Calling case 2358823, State of Michigan versus Miguel Angel Rydell. Finished charged with count 1 assault with intent to murder, count 2 assault with intent to murder, count 3 assault with intent to great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation, count 4 assault with intent to great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation, count 5 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 6 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 7 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 8 malicious destruction of fire or police property, count 9 felony firearm, count 10, 11 felony firearm, count 12 malicious destruction of personal property, $200 or more but less than $1,000, count 13 domestic violence. Here's the court.
Good morning, Your Honor, Jessica Bigler, from 86743.
And good morning, Luther Glenn, P38683, appearing on behalf of Mr. Rydell, staff of my left.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Yeah, Angel, right here.
Today is the time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, unfortunately, I'm unable to proceed. The complaining witness is not here. Our office has made multiple attempts to contact her, and we're unable to do so. I do have a Dearborn police officer that was in the area when this happened present. However, did not see the defendant with the gun, he was heard the gunshot, and I'm unable to go off of his testimony at all. So therefore, I'm unable to proceed.
So order, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you.
Need a dismissal order, Mr. Glenn?
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your case got switched, just have a seat. Awesome.
the video.
Thank you too. Guys ready on that? Brian Edge. Calling case 2358796, State of Michigan versus Brian Lamar Abbott. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3 domestic violence.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gabrielle Flores, constitutional practice under Florida Law 8.210 under the supervision of APA Investigative Law.
Good morning, Judge Hannah Barron, 5265, representing Mr. Abbott.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Brian, yeah.
Today's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses will be?
Just one.
We're gonna call your witness.
The people called Tamisha King.
COIMESHA.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. We had a note that his jail phone calls were suspended. Did we keep that?
Yes. Good morning, ma'am. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that's going to be to your left. In fact, you can actually pick that up and place it in your lap because it doesn't bend down right. Got it? Speak directly into that for us, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may begin when you're ready.
Good morning. Please state your first and last name for the record.
My name is Tamisha King.
Ms. King, do you know Brian Abbott?
Yes,
How do you know Mr. Abbott?
we were dating relationship, and I'm staying with him.
How long were you in a dating relationship with Mr. Abbott?
My baby's 8 now, about 4 years. We were
Okay, Warriors.
Would you recognize Mr. Abbott if you see him today?
Yes,
Do you see him in the courtroom?
yes.
Can you please point to him and tell the court item of clothing he's wearing?
The black shirt on, number red.
Let the record reflect identification of the defendant.
So noted.
Ms. King, do you remember September 4th, 2023?
Yes, I do.
Where were you on that day?
At his house.
Is his house located in the city of Detroit?
Yes,
In the county of Wayne?
yes.
You said you were at Mr. Abbott's house. Who else was there?
My daughter.
Was Mr. Abbott there?
Yes,
Did you and Mr. Abbott have a physical altercation?
yes.
How did the altercation begin?
We had an argument and everything. I told I was going to get my daughter. Started back, don't you come back here or whatever. I said, I'm coming back over. I had to take her to school and my stuff was there. So when I came back.
Okay, hold on, let me try to get you to slow down just a little bit and speak directly into the microphone for me so I can hear you. One more time.
Okay. I went to go pick my daughter up here, altercation for her, was arguing, and he's like, don't come back, whatever. I said, I'm coming back anyway, because I got my stuff here. And my daughter has to go to school, and school closed here. Came back around 8 o'clock. He was tore up in his hand. I tried to talk to him. He didn't want to talk to me and stuff, and he was still rapping and raving and angry. And I tried to reason with him in his room. I went to his room and tried to talk to him and stuff. He went on the edge of the bed. I said, yeah, my room and stuff like this, and lunged at me and pushed me against the wall. I asked him repeatedly not to put his hands on me again. I'm leaving out your room. And I proceeded to leave out his room. He didn't move the door by closing it. I went down the hall to the dining room, sat at the table, and told my daughter to get the stuff.
Ms. Abbott, Ms. King, I'm sorry, I just want to interrupt you real quick. You said that at some point Mr. Abbott started pushing you?
And when he was on the edge of the bed, he lunged at me and pushed me against the wall.
How many times did he push you?
Just once against the wall, then that's when I told him, let's put his hands on me again, and since I proceeded to leave out the room, so we closed the door on me, and hit my arm. I went down the hallway to the dining room, so my daughter could come to get her stuff so we can leave. I was still talking, rapping, and raving. He was in his room. He came out his room and said,
Here's some questions to suspend.
Ms. King, I need you to try to answer my questions as directly as you can, okay?
okay,
Okay, so after you left the room, you said you went to the dining room?
yes,
Once you got to the dining room, you were having a conversation with your daughter,
yes,
and Mr. Abbott came outside
yes,
into the hallway.
yes,
Did he say something when he came into the hallway?
yes.
What did he do once he came out there?
He was very angry and upset, and he said, you shut up in my house, you shut the meter, not shut out your stuff, and then that's when he lunged at me again at the table, and we commenced the fight right there in the hallway. My daughter came out and proceeded to try to.
Ms. King,
Yes, ma'am.
you said that you and Mr. Abbott were having a tussle,
Yes,
and while you were having this tussle, your daughter was in a bedroom.
yes. She heard the commotion, came out the room. Fight stopped. He went back to his room. And from there, I went to the room, grabbed the rest of the stuff, tell my daughter to come on, let's go. And I was still talking and still saying stuff that I never once put my hands on him. After that, it was, and he was in there, and when I came out the room to take the stuff outside, we had another altercation when I came back in.
Ms. King, it's okay, I'm sorry, we just have to do this for the record. You just said that you had another altercation with Mr. Abbott.
Yes, we had 2 altercations in the house.
In the second altercation, where were you located?
I was right there in the dining room, he was in the kitchen.
He was in the kitchen. What did Mr. Abbott do while he was in the kitchen?
He reached for the butcher knife.
He reached for a butcher knife.
Yes,
Did he reach for anything before the butcher knife?
no,
When he reached for the butcher knife, how did you feel?
I felt threatened. I was trying to make sure my child was fine and everything.
What did he do while he had the butcher knife?
He was just talking about what he would do with it and stuff. And my daughter was screaming, no, daddy, don't do that, no, don't do that. You just to get out of my house, then I was leaving, I'm leaving, but I could still, and that's what I was saying, like, I'm leaving, going, stuff, so he put it back up. He went past us back to his room.
Did Mr. Abbott come back to the kitchen at some point?
Yes,
When he came to the kitchen, what did he do?
he was standing in the dining room with his fork in his hand.
What did you say?
with a fork in his hand. Yes,
While he had the fork in his hand, did he say anything?
yeah, just like when I fucked you up, when I'm standing there like with this in his hand, like just it like this in his hand and stuff. Then once he
Let the record reflect,
the right hand he had in his right hand by the table.
let the record reflect that the witness is currently holding her hands as if she's holding a knife and pointing it towards someone. She says that the defendant was holding the knife in his right hand.
No, the right hand, this is about the fork.
The fork.
Yes, the fork was in the right hand, and knife was also, because he turned in the kitchen this way, like this, and in the space like this, so both of the things was in the right hand. And stuff, once he put the fork down, he lunged at me again, that was the next fight we had right there in the kitchen door. Once I got on the buckle and stuff, we left out, because Jones was outside the house.
So Ms. King, you said that Mr. Abbott pointed a knife at you, a butcher knife,
Yes,
and then he left.
not pointed.
I'm just trying to clarify the witness's testimony, Your Honor. You said that after he pointed the knife at you, he left the room and he came back and he pointed a fork at you.
Yes, when I came into the house, he standing there with a fork in his hand.
But she's already testified.
He was standing there with a fork in his hand when I came back in the house.
So after he pointed the knife at you, you went outside and started getting yourself and your daughter into the vehicle?
And I started telling her to get your stuff, let's go, get your stuff. I'm telling him, come on, let's go. Stop trying to reason with him. Let's go, get out, come on, let's go. And it just, I'm trying to get her out as well as trying to make sure that I'm watching my back at the same time. And I went outside with my school bag and stuff in my hand and put it in the car. When I came back in to get my book bag, he was sitting on the chair. I grabbed it, I put the rest of the stuff that I had on the table inside my book bag. He was standing there with the fork. And I said, so you about to fork me up now? That's what you gonna do and stuff. And he commenced to put the fork down and lunch at me, and that's when we got to fighting again right there in the kitchen. That was the fight in the kitchen. That's the second time in the house.
After the fight in the kitchen, did you leave?
Yes, I did. And out the door, and I pushed the door hard, and he got offended by it and came out the door and said, told my daughter to move out the way, and that's when he grabbed the dog cage and ran at me and hit me with it in my head. And that's when we had another fight outside the house on the grass. And after the fight ended, I called the police.
You said that you were hit with the dog cage?
Yes, a dog cage, a puppy, the dog cage for a miniature dog, like a chihuahua or something, it's a metal cage.
And did you suffer any injuries?
Yes, I did. I had a knot on my head right here on the side, and the scar's still there.
No more questions for this witness.
Good morning. You testified that this all occurred at Mr. Abbott's house, is that correct?
Yes,
So to your knowledge, Mr. Abbott owned that house.
yes,
And you testified that you were staying there, is that right?
yes.
So you were not living there, is that right?
No, I had no mail coming or nothing. We was together and I was staying there. I had no mail coming there.
You were just staying there odd evenings, is that right?
Staying there when?
Staying there some evenings?
No, all the time. It was my residence where I came home to when I got off work and picked my child up. I came there.
Okay, but you didn't live there, is that right?
No,
And so earlier on the day of this incident, Mr. Abbott told you that you could no longer stay there, is that right?
yes,
And he told you not to come back to his house, is that right?
yes,
And you decided that you were still going to come back to that house, is that right?
yes,
Okay. And you had no permission to be at that house anymore, is that right?
I had no permission. No, I didn't, but it's still, we had a lot of arguments like that. And he done said that to me several times and I done came back. This was different. He was different when he did this attack. His rage and anger.
Objection to non-responsive. Okay. And so when you did come back to this house, you and Mr. Abbott got into another argument, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, and that argument just started verbal, is that right?
yes.
He asked you to leave again?
No, I was trying to convince to try to talk to him and see if we can work it out and see what was wrong with something. He wasn't having it. Get out the extra bed, get out my room, Vera said the shit and everything, get out my room and stuff. I said, well, can I just talk to you, whatever, and I had to just got off the bed and shoved me against the wall, like, hit the wall and stuff. I'm like, don't put your hands on me again.
Where did the verbal argument start when you arrived at the house?
In the kitchen.
Okay. And that first time you were in the kitchen, did he put his hands on you in the kitchen?
No.
Okay. How long were you in a verbal argument in the kitchen?
It wasn't that long, it was quick. And then he walked off and went to the room and stuff and came out still talking and stuff.
Objection to non-responsive. So were you in the kitchen for a few minutes that first time?
Yeah, arguing with him, and then I left out. I came in the dining room and stuff, and I was talking to a little bit.
So you went from the kitchen to the dining room?
Yes, ma'am, yeah.
And was Mr. Abbott in the dining room?
No, ma'am, he was not.
Okay, so you and your daughter were alone in the dining room?
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you in the dining room for?
About 20, 30 minutes, I guess, give or take.
Okay, and so at that point, Mr. Abbott was in another room?
Yes.
And there was no physical altercation at this point?
No.
And you still hadn't left the house?
No.
And you hadn't gotten your belongings to leave the house?
No.
Okay. And then where did you go after the dining room?
And I sat there, so my daughter came back up with some stuff in her hand, and he came out the room and said, "Yeah, like mother, like daughter." And I was like, "What's wrong with you?" and stuff.
So he entered the dining room at some point?
Yes, it's on something trash.
Okay. And the physical altercation didn't begin then either?
No.
Okay. And what did you do after you were in the dining room?
I was trying to talk to him. I got up and asked him what was wrong, trying to talk to him, see what's wrong and what I did wrong and everything else. I went to his room and asked him, like, standing there, like, can we talk and stuff? Step into the room. I'm like, I just want to talk to you, stuff, let's talk. And no, he rolled over and no, lunch.
So after being in the dining room, you went to his room?
Yes.
And he was not in his room, is that right?
Yes, he was in his room, laying in the bed.
You went to his room before he went to his room?
No, he was in there. Once he left the trash and put the trash in, he went back to his room.
Okay. So you went and sought Mr. Abbott out in his bedroom, is that
Yes,
right?
I talked to him, yes. I talked to him recently because I don't want to argue. It wasn't nothing to argue about.
Okay. And so once you got to that bedroom, a verbal altercation started again, is that right?
Yes.
And then he pushed you at some point, is that right?
Yes.
And about how long were you in that bedroom for?
Well, 20 seconds, more, not even a minute.
Okay. And then he closed the door of his bedroom?
Yes.
And he closed the door of his bedroom, leaving you outside of the bedroom and him inside the bedroom?
He was inside the bedroom. I was outside the bedroom. When I got the door, he closed on my arm and he was the door. I slammed it right when he got the door all the way.
Okay, so his bedroom door swings out of the bedroom rather than in the bedroom?
It's in the bedroom. He's in the bedroom. His door, and she's got to close it like this.
Okay. So he was getting you out of his bedroom, is that right?
Yes.
And where did you go after his bedroom?
I went to the dining room.
Okay. And how long were you in the dining room for?
Maybe 5 minutes or so before he came on his phone. And I'm still talking to my daughter to get the stuff so we can go. And then at your house, I gotta go. Yeah, so about 5, 6 minutes.
Okay. And then Mr. Abbott came to the dining room, is that right?
Yes.
And at that point, was there any physical altercation in the dining room?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that physical altercation?
The altercation came out the room, talked to him, and he shut the fuck up into his house and anything else. And I was like, I could talk and say what I want to say and stuff, just don't put your hands on me. I need to put away, don't put your hands on me again. And he lunged at me. And when he did that, we ended up hitting the table, fighting, going into the hallway right there, and then it ended.
Okay.
And he went back to his room.
Okay, so after the dining room, he went back to his room again?
Yes.
And this is before you ever went to the kitchen?
Yes.
This is before anything with the fork and the knife, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go after he went back to his bedroom?
I was standing there telling my daughter to come on, hurry up, let's go, let's get out of here. And I went back to the room, grabbing stuff out the back, and I grabbed my computer and stuff, grabbed everything that I could, told my daughter to take it all outside.
So you went back to the bedroom?
Yes, I went back to my bedroom. My room was right across the street of my daughter. I'm telling her, come on, let's go. Come on. I'm scared. I'm like, shit. Like, seriously?
And you went back to the room that Mr. Abbott was in?
No, my room was across from her. My daughter's room was across from Mr. Abbott's room.
Okay, so you and Mr. Abbott did not share a bedroom?
No.
Okay, so that bedroom that you were entering, that was his bedroom that you didn't have permission to be in, is that right?
I did have permission to be in there. My stuff is in there. I don't understand your question. What? It don't make sense.
The bedroom that you had a verbal altercation in?
No, I wasn't in the room where he had a verbal altercation in. I wasn't in that room. I went over to my daughter's room. The bathroom is here, his room is right here. Her room is right across here. I went to get her so we can get out of there. I'm not trying to think, I know I'm getting out of here.
I'll move on. So, Mr. Abbott is now in his bedroom at this point, is that right?
Yes.
And how long until he exited his bedroom?
It's like about my stuff. It's about 15 minutes of that education, because I was still talking and stuff when he got mad.
Okay, so for another 15 minutes, he was in his bedroom?
Yes.
And you were still in the house, is that right?
Yes, just to get my stuff out of here.
And he eventually exited his bedroom?
Yes.
And what happened at that point?
Exited the bedroom, saying some stuff and saying, yeah, you better put on over the house and shit, shut the plug up and all this stuff. Then he went to the kitchen.
Okay, and at that point, that's when he picked up a knife?
Yes.
Okay, and he never touched you with that knife, is that right?
No.
And he never touched you with the fork, is that right?
No.
And he never got close to you with either of those objects?
The fork, yes.
Okay, he never got close to you with the knife?
No.
Okay.
Because my daughter was right there in the fact and telling him to stop. Like,
What time are you leaving today?
4:30.
Okay, I'll be back before then.
You always do that. Okay.
And you testified that.
Last part.
I think I asked whether the knife had ever touched her. Okay. The knife never touched you, is that right?
Yes. Right.
And it never got near you, correct?
Right.
Okay. And you testified that you never put your hands on Mr. Abbott, is that right?
No, I did not. I only defended myself.
Okay, so you did put your hands on him.
I had to defend myself. He's jumping on me. He's beating my head. Yes, I had to defend myself. I'm getting him off me. In front of my child. Yes, I did have to strike back.
Okay. And when did you strike back?
When we had the fight. After the night and stuff, we had altercation with the court, because that was the only time that we had when we were in the hallway. We fought right there in the hallway. I had to defend myself. He lunged at me. I gave him 4 warnings not to touch me. The second time we had the altercation, that was after the court. I went outside with my book bag and stuff, taking my computer out. I came back in, grabbed my pink book bag and asked him, like, oh, now you're gonna force me up. He set the fork down and then lunged at me again. And we got to fighting that time to defend myself that time. I didn't touch him. I gave him 4 warnings, so put your hands on me.
Did you touch him when you defended yourself against him?
I had to touch him. I had to get him off me.
And in what way did you touch him?
I punched him. I fought back.
Okay, where did you punch him?
I punched him in his face. I was punching him, trying to get him off me. But he was swinging back at me too, holding me down, punching me and shit. I had to defend myself.
Okay, about how many times do you think you punched him?
Get a check. I don't really, oh shit. How fast it was, we was going at himself 4 or 5 times. I did a check on the floor and I kicked him off me. And I got up and I called and got and stuff and threw the bag outside the door. We left out, I had my book bag, my hand out. I pushed the door closed hard as hell. He got mad and came out. When my daughter to the side, grabbed the cage and knocked the shit out of me with it. We got to fight again. I had to defend myself then. Sorry, Your Honor. So upsetting.
So after the altercation, after the fork, about how long were you at the house after that?
What is it? After that, we had the altercation inside the kitchen right on the floor. I left. I left out. I got my stuff already outside. I grabbed my stuff. I pushed the door closed. I was outside the house. By the time he came out there, I was already on the sidewalk.
Okay,
My daughter was standing there grabbing the rest of the bags and by his car.
so you were grabbing your bags when Mr. Abbott got the dog cage?
No, I had a bag in my hand, on my back, I had my book bag on my back. I said, I'm in there for you, grab my book bag, and my daughter was standing right there getting the question of clothes in the bag, taken to the car. She seen him come out, she said, no, Daddy, don't. And stuff, he moved to the side, he ran, said, bitch, you got me fucking in the head for. And then that's when we had another altercation and we got to fight. And I had to defend myself. I mean, you just hit me in the head and then you still lunging at me. Yes, I'm gonna defend myself. I'm gonna keep you up off me. We're not gonna, no. That's
So-
weird.
so where
Getting
were
hit in the head with a cage, can you imagine how that makes you feel like you could have damaged me, you could have did a lot more than what it is.
Next question, please.
So where were you outside of the house when he hit you?
I was on the sidewalk, the driveway right there in front of the driveway on the sidewalk. He ran up, I turned around, blocked myself like this, and hit me right there on the sidewalk.
Okay, and what did this dog cage look like?
It's a little dog cage, like a chihuahua, not too little, but it's a nice size, to hold like a puppy of a dog that's growing up.
And so you were putting bags into the car at that point in time?
I was walking to the car and I was telling my daughter to come on, and she reacted and said, oh, no, Daddy, don't come. I wasn't really, I turned my back, when I turned back around, that's when I seen the cage coming at my head. And I blocked and stuff, and we got to the fight, because he kept lunging at me.
Okay, and how long did that fight last for?
About 20, 30 seconds or more, because it was fast, because we fell on the ground, and he was on top of me, and we got to fight, and you let me go, and you let me go, get off of me, let me go, and stuff, and then finally he let go and looked back, ran in the house.
Okay, and had you had anything to drink that night?
No.
Okay, that day, have you had anything to drink?
Objection, Your
What
Honor.
does that have to do with?
It's relevant to her recollection of
It
these
does
events.
not, I remember everything that
You
happened.
repeat the same story.
I'm telling you the same thing I told
The
everybody.
question was, did you have anything to drink?
No, no, ma'am, I did not.
And were you under the influence of anything else?
No, I had smoked a joint, but that was like earlier. That was way earlier before even this happened, before we even had the encounter. Was about to leave, I left, because I had to go take care of something. I didn't get back to the house till 6 o'clock. He was still, and he was mad for no reason.
Okay, how much earlier was it that you smoked the joint?
It was like about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I had already left. I was leaving, I left.
Okay, one moment. I have nothing further.
Hold on a second, Mr. Upshaw?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you redirect back on the record. People versus Abbott. Go ahead.
Miss King, you testified that Mr. Abbott pointed a butcher knife at you.
Yes.
How far away from you was he
He was
standing?
in the kitchen, I was in the dining room. Daughter was standing in front of me, begging him not to do it.
How many feet apart would you say you were?
Can you point to something in the courtroom that would demonstrate where you are and where he was?
When we hit you, the wall right there, it's a good frame, she'll tell you. So it's
What wall? I
about
can't
6
see what
feet.
wall you're talking about.
Right here is about 6 feet, I guess, it's walking distance, so.
Brian?
Oh, yeah, about like right there, a little closer. All right, yeah, that's the kitchen area. Yeah, the doorway and stuff, because he's standing by the sink.
About 8 feet.
Yeah, he would say,
And what was he doing while he had the butcher knife?
he was saying what he was gonna do to me, cut me up and stuff, and do stuff. My daughter was begging him not to do it. Like, no, 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 so he cheated to put it down.
Where was the knife pointed?
Knife was pointed like this, and he was like, man, I'm telling you, he put it down like this, and my daughter was begging, he like, you better beat that bitch, I'm gonna tell you, Mom, he's going.
Miss King,
The rage he had was just, wow.
was that knife pointed towards you?
Yes, and he came like this, and he was trying like, he was like not pointing it, but he was just up, you know, saying, talking with it in his hand. And it was Justice Lord threatening me, and my child was begging him not to do it.
And you said he was closer to you when he had the fork?
Yes, I came in the house and got my book bag, he was standing right there with the fork in his hand.
Okay, so if he was approximately 8 feet away from you with
No,
the
he was
knife,
not.
how many feet was he with the fork?
We was face to face. We was face to face, like face to face.
No more questions, Your Honor. And when you were face to face, when Mr. Abbott had the fork, where on your body was it pointed?
He had it like this on his side, saying, do not fuck me up, stuff, stuff. You know, and I'm like, I'm not even gonna fork me up now. I'm like, yeah, okay, and stuff. And that's when he managed to put his fork down and lunged at me. So we had the second fight that ended up right in the kitchen doorway.
So he had it at his side, it wasn't at your side?
Oh, no, it was at my side. He's in front of me and he's standing there with it in his hand, threatening me with it.
Okay, that makes sense.
And Ms. King, understand that none of us were there. We're just trying to find out what happened.
I understand, but it's like you're not believing me. Tell the truth.
Need you to calm down and just answer the questions, okay? I have a couple for you. So, this was Mr. Abbott's house, right?
Yes.
How long had you been staying there?
Say, well, just at the house, I guess. So, 3, 4 months, I guess.
3 or 4 months, okay.
Yeah, you would say that.
You had your own bedroom?
Yes, I was sleeping in with my daughter in the room with her.
Okay, so your daughter stayed there as well?
Yes.
Just you and her and Mr. Abbott?
Yes.
Okay. There came a point in time when Mr. Abbott wanted you to leave, is that right?
Yes.
You know why he wanted you to leave?
No, I don't.
When did he tell you to leave?
When I was going to pick my daughter up, I had to go pick her up from going to go there from my people's house to bring her back to the crib.
So how did he tell you to leave? He just said, I want you out?
He's like, you want to fuck out of here and shit, you know, and stuff. And don't. I'm like, I'm coming back. I don't know what your problem is, but I'm coming back because I gotta throw my stuff back, my daughter and stuff. I don't, you know, I was like, I don't know what your problem is. I ain't done nothing to you. It's fine.
Slow down just a little bit for me. You talk really fast. Okay?
Sorry. I told him that he was like just raging and stuff and get out and all this stuff. I'm like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm like, go get my daughter and we're gonna come back and we're gonna talk and stuff. And I don't know what's wrong with you. He just, yeah, I don't know. I ain't never seen that before.
Okay, so when you initially testified, you said that he had reached for the knife.
Yeah, he did. It was inside the dish thing. It was in the dish pan right there.
So he did get control of the knife?
Yeah, he had it in his hand, in the kitchen. I was in the dining room. My daughter was in front of me.
He was telling me what he was going to do with that knife.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor, yes.
And how did that make you feel?
I was scared. My daughter right here, and this is what she's going, like, what is wrong with you? I was, actually scared, like he really would do that, like right there, like seriously threatening and stuff in front of my child.
Stop. Okay, so that's one. And then you said there was a fork.
Yes.
You had said to him also, you're gonna fork me up now.
Yes, that's what I asked him, because he was standing there and he was talking. When I came in, he was standing there and he was like, you know, ready to fuck up my house and stuff. And I'm standing there, I'm like, so now you're gonna fork me up? I'm leaving your house. I'm leaving. I'm just getting the rest of my stuff. And that's when he lunged.
And when he lunged, he didn't have a fork in his hand.
No, he set the fork down. No, he didn't have a fork in his hand. No, he did not.
All right, now, what's this about the dog cage?
The dog cage, when I pushed the door closed, he took offense to the way I pushed the door closed. He said, bitch, you got me fucked up. Came out the door, excuse my French, sorry. Came out the door, my daughter was standing right there by the end of his truck, getting her bag. She said, no, daddy, wait, no, and stuff. He slapped her to the side and came and commenced to grab the dog cage And I turned around and it was right there and I locked it and I got hit in the head right here.
So he actually hit you?
Yes, he actually hit me, yes. I got pictures. I got on my phone, I swear. I was terrified and then he lunged at me some more. And we got to fight before I
Okay,
hit
that's fine.
myself.
Thank you. Anything based on what I said?
Yes, it's just a couple of questions. So at some point in time, you had keys to this house, is that right?
Yes, he took his keys back.
Okay, he took his keys back earlier in the day of this incident, is that right?
Yeah, he took them back, like, right when he was having an altercation with something. I said, don't take your keys, I'm leaving anyway. He took it right there, altercation.
Okay, he took his keys back when he was telling you not to be at the house anymore, is that right?
It was when I got back to the house with my daughter. He took his keys off my keychain with my car keys.
Okay. And whose dog cage was it, if you know?
My dog cage, my daughter, her dog.
Okay.
And it was sitting on his grass. He grabbed it and ran at me and hit me in the head with it. So
it wasn't one of the belongings that you had already taken to the car?
No.
Okay. You were planning on taking it to the car?
Yes, I was, but I had to put everything else in there. It's a dog cage. You have to position it right inside my van.
Okay.
I had all my clothes in there. I had to move stuff around. I got my daughter in the car also.
Okay, she answered the question. Next question.
You had clothes inside of the dog cage?
No, no.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. Any other witnesses for the people? Any witnesses for the defendant? People?
People will move to bind over as charged, and we will also ask to add a third count of assault with a dangerous weapon for the court. Right now, he's charged for the knife and for the dog cage.
Judge, we object to the bind over, all. Yeah. These allegations occurred in Mr. Abbott's house. Mr. Abbott had revoked permission for Ms. King to continue residing in that home. He had taken away his keys. He had told her he didn't want her there anymore. Yet she returned to this house. She stayed in the house for, it sounds like, at least 40 minutes throughout different rooms in this house. And it was only at that point that Mr. Abbott allegedly used any force to try to recover his house. And
would you agree that someone can establish tenancy there?
Judge, I don't believe
She's
that.
been there 3 or 4 months. They have a child in common and she's staying there. I don't know of any way you evict somebody.
I don't think they have a child in common. I don't think they have a child in common, Judge.
Oh, she was just calling you daddy, even though she's not today.
I think, yes.
All right.
Well, Judge, she still needs his permission to be at that home. He had taken away her keys.
You know, assault someone to get them to leave, right?
Judge, it doesn't sound like this incident started with an assault, even in Ms. King's allegations. It started with numerous arguments.
How it started, it ended with an assault. It
That
ended with
is
assault
Ms.
with the
King's
cage,
allegation.
dog cage,
That
a
is-
knife, and a
Yes, Judge. And the dog cage might be separate because that was outside of his house after Ms. King left the house. But inside of the house, this is, the allegation is that Mr. Abbott used this force in order to remove Ms. King from his
Do you
house.
think that's justifiable?
Yes, Judge, not only did Ms. King stay in this house without Mr. Abbott's permission at this point, but he went to her bedroom.
Did you
He
call the
absolutely.
Did you call the police?
I would think that Ms. King would call the police to get her stuff out of this home that she no longer had a right to be in. That's what we usually see in
If you
incidents
have
like
somebody
this.
in your home and you have revoked their permission to be there, you call the police because now they're trespassing.
I don't think that Mr. Abbott has an obligation.
You think he has a right to use a deadly weapon against them?
And I don't think a deadly weapon was used against Ms. King. So Judge, first, as to the force, I definitely object to that count being added. This is not, let alone, it's certainly not a deadly weapon, but it's not a dangerous weapon.
Of course, most certainly can be used as a dangerous weapon.
And it wasn't in this situation. A dangerous weapon
is a weapon that's used in a way likely to cause serious physical injury
Except
or
for the
death.
fact that he's standing there with it in his hand, telling her what he's going to do with it to her. That was her testimony.
I don't believe her testimony was that he specifically said what he was going to do with.
Well, I know she talks fast, but I caught her.
That's not my recollection of the testimony, but regardless, Judge, her allegation is that he was holding a fork near his own side while he was near her. That's not in a way likely to cause serious injury or death. And so we object to that being added as a count of assault with a dangerous weapon and object to the fine over.
Your Honor, the people will argue in response to the defendant's claim that force was used to remove Ms. King from the home. First of all, that deadly force is never proper in defense of property, and that the way he used force was not appropriate. As you stated, Ms. King had established tenancy. She testified that all of her belongings were at this home, all of her child's belongings were at this home, even a cage belonging to their pet was at this home. He did not give her any opportunity to remove her property from the home before he started making threats to her and pointing dangerous weapons at her. As to whether or not the fork was a dangerous weapon, I will argue that based off the way he was holding the weapon, he could have done harm to Ms. King if he had lunged at her with that weapon. And as stated, the situation with the dog cage happened while she was outside. He came outside after she slammed the door and hit her with that dog cage. Based off the evidence, Your Honor, the people will move further to find.
Let me say this, I understand the defendant's frustration. He has somebody in his home that he doesn't want to be there anymore. Get out. And for whatever reason, she refuses to get out, but she cannot take matters into their own hands in using a deadly weapon, a knife, or an object that can be used as a deadly weapon, the fork and the dog cage. So we know that the fork, under normal circumstances, is not a deadly weapon, it's an eating utensil. But it can be fashioned as a deadly weapon or a dangerous weapon. Just like other non-traditional items like a boot, if used in the wrong way, can be used as a dangerous weapon. He indicated, according to this witness, that he was going to do something to her while he was holding this fork. And she even made the comment, "Oh, you want to fork me up now?" His actions put a reasonable person in fear or apprehension of a assault with that dangerous weapon is what we're looking at. And I submit to you that it did. So the court is satisfied the people met their burden of probable cause as it relates to count one, that's the assault with a dangerous weapon with a knife. She indicated that he was approximately 8 feet away. Her daughter standing between them, begging him to put the knife down and not to hurt her mother. The defendant was making threats while holding this knife that would put a reasonable person in fear or apprehension of an assault with that dangerous weapon, that being the knife. Also, the assault with the dangerous weapon with the metal dog cage that he allegedly hit her with. Again, the dog cage under normal circumstances would not be a dangerous weapon. You can fashion it to where it is. And that's allegedly what took place here. So the court is satisfied people that the burden of probable cause as relates to count two, assault with a dangerous weapon, that being the metal dog cage. Count three is the misdemeanor and domestic violence that goes over with it. And the added count for the assault with a dangerous weapon with the fork. Again, to reiterate, a fork can be used as a dangerous weapon. It put her in fear or apprehension that he would use that against her. The court is satisfied with the burden of probable cause as relates to the added count for assault with a dangerous weapon. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finding probable cause will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be October 6, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. File will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Ms. Woodside.
Good morning, Your Honor. I totally forgot to sign in at 9 because I was doing my job and had a very long, small claims. And I was like, oh my God, I forgot to sign.
I haven't seen the prosecutor on your case.
It's just upside down. Sorry.
I haven't seen the prosecutor on your case. She was here earlier.
Okay, well, you said you don't have a prosecutor or you had one?
She was here earlier. I don't know what happened to her.
Who was it, if you remember?
I can't pronounce her last name. It's Mosigian or something like that.
Okay. Somebody who's relatively new. I don't know who that is.
Did you get a report?
I did get a report, but I do want to have an independent, but I did receive a report. Can I come back on Tuesday?
Okay, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, and she has it. Mr. Whetstone, a juvenile over at Dickerson.
So you say you're going to request an independent?
Sorry?
You said you're going to request an independent? Are you going to request an independent?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay, well, perhaps I can have the APA here stand in for that. And we can get the ball rolling on that. You have a doctor in mind?
Dr. Miller.
Dr. Miller.
I haven't talked to him yet to see how busy he is.
That was going to be my next question. How backed up is he?
I have no idea. That's why I was asking you, can I have until Tuesday? At least I can get in contact with his people, see if he's available.
Okay, I'll have a prosecutor stand in for the adjournment.
Is someone available there now, Your Honor?
Yeah, they stepped into the hallway. They should be back in a second. Is Ms. Barnwell still here?
Yes, yes, went to the restroom.
Okay. Yes, can you stand in for an adjournment?
Two, 305-756-905 for the state of Michigan versus Trayvon Whetstone. Defendant is charged in count 1. No sexual conduct, first degree. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, first degree. Count 4, home invasion, first degree. Count 5, robbery unarmed.
Appearances for the record, please.
Jessica David, also the people, P86743.
For Sharon Clark Woodard appearing on behalf of Mr.
In the
Present, Your Honor.
Sorry. What's your P number again?
41295.
Okay. So we have a competency report back from the Forensic Center finding that Mr. Whetstone is competent. My understanding, by way of a sidebar conversation, Ms. Woodside is going to request an independent to be reviewed by Mr. Dr. Miller. And Dr. Miller, as busy as he is, we want to get some gauge as to how much time it's going to take him. So I'm going to adjourn this competency hearing to September 26th at 8:30. And Bob,
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. You ready?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not.
Who's the APA of that?
I think it's Soda. Double check though. The CSC.
Is she here?
Yeah, I saw her walking around.
Yeah, she was on my last case too.
What's on this last name, Judge?
Yeah. Most CBN.
Yeah.
It's a Varner, not farm.
I got it.
Wonderful, thank you. My dad told us that when we were little.
Ms. Ripley, are you on this case?
Carter Carr?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I've seen this here, turn.
Calling case 2357506 for the state of Michigan versus Robert Anthony Carter Carter. The second defendant is charged with count 1 criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13 to 17 years of age or older. Count 2 criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13 to 17 years of age or older. Count 3 criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13 to 17 years of age or older. Then it has a habitual offender second offense. Experiences with the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, PA 3688.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Wendy Barnwell, P42-505, on behalf of Mr. Robert Carter.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Robert Carter.
Okay, so there's a time set for the preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge. Your Honor, we would move for sequestration of witnesses.
Okay, so I'm a little confused here. I see that on July 21st, the defendant was referred for a competency evaluation.
Yes.
His review date was set for October 23rd.
And then you called us in earlier
Yes.
on,
September 8th.
we came here September 8th, Judge.
There's no
was
notation
that
in the
Zoom?
court's file for some reason.
Yes, there was
Yeah.
So there was a description, his
Yeah.
finding of competency.
Yeah, well, we went on the record and.
Okay, thank you. How many witnesses were we?
One.
Please correct. The people we call Nikasia Nunley.
The case is public.
Okay. All right. Yeah, what does that mean? When's it coming from?
I think this, I thought it was coming from this recording, record there.
Oh, really? Okay. Good afternoon. Please step forward, tell me raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? How old are you? 12. I need you to come have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Put your voice up nice and loud and speak into this microphone. Okay? Maybe again when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Nikasia, can you please state your name for the record?
Martasia.
And what's your last name?
No.
How old are you?
12.
What's your date of birth?
February 2nd, 2011.
And Nikasia, do you know the reason you're here today?
Yes.
What's the reason you're here?
Because Rob made me 16.
And who's Rob?
Right
He's right there. And can you tell me an item of clothing that he's wearing?
there.
Your Honor, with the record reflected, the witness is identified the defendant in this case.
So noted.
Thank you, Judge. How do you know Rob?
He's my mama's ex-boyfriend.
And you said that he made himself his penis?
Yes.
Tell me, what part of your body, touched what part of his body?
My mom.
And what was your mouth doing?
Okay.
How does this make you feel?
Disgusting.
And you said he was, making you suck his penis? What does he use his penis for?
To use it.
Speak directly into the microphone. Okay?
And when he uses the bathroom, do you know what comes out?
Yes. Yeah.
How old were you on Saturday?
7.
Remember where you were at?
Yes.
Oh.
School card.
Do you know what city that's in?
Detroit.
And was this a house, an apartment, or something else?
A house.
How many times did this happen?
I don't know.
Would it have been more than one time?
Yes.
More than 3 times?
No. Only 3.
Tell me when the first time that this happens.
I was laying down in my mama's room and he like me, he lay next to me, and he was living on top of me, he rolled.
You did what? I'm sorry.
He'll lay me on top of him and he'll roll on
And what part of your body is he rubbing?
my butt,
And what is he using to rub on your butt?
his hand.
And what do you feel when this is happening?
Disgusting.
Is this over your clothes, under your clothes, or something else?
Over my
And what makes this end?
they started, arguing, and then they just like broke up.
I mean, this time in the bed.
Oh, I think I fell asleep. He just set me down.
And what, who's at home at the time this happened?
Just him and me and my sister,
Who's your sister?
Christian.
And where was she at?
Sleep.
Was she in the same room, a different room, or something else?
Same room.
And where was your mom?
She was at work.
When's the next time something happened?
I don't know, I think like 3 weeks later, days.
And what happens?
He is sit on the edge of the bed and on the edge of the bed, and then I was on the floor on my knees, and then he sucked his fingers.
Does he say anything when this is happening?
No, it's not this time. He was doing
And who's home when this happens?
just him
Just them?
and my sister.
And then, where's your sister?
She was either in the living room or upstairs. Sleep.
And where is your mom?
She was at work. She worked night shift.
So this happened at night?
Yes.
And what made this time when you're on the floor kneeling, what made that end?
What stuff?
And where did what stuff come out of?
His
Does he tell you to do anything after that?
Just go brush my teeth and then he took it to the store.
And when you say us, who are you talking about?
Huh?
When you say us, who are you talking about?
Me and my sister.
And why does he say to take you to the store?
I think to prevent me from telling my mom.
Does he tell you not to tell them now? Is that a yes?
Yes.
How often does he tell you that?
Every time he do it.
Tell me about another time that this happens.
It was wrong room again. And then upstairs wrong.
So is this 2 separate times or one time?
2 separate days.
Okay, 2 separate days. So let's talk about the time in your mom's room again.
He can do the same thing that he made me keep sitting on the edge of the bed, he made me get on my knees and this and that.
And who's home when that happens? Who's home when that happens?
My sister.
And where was she?
And the living room upstairs.
And how old are you when this time happens?
Sure.
Are you ever a different age than 7 when this happens? So tell me about the time then that it happens in your room.
I was in a couch with Christian, we watched TV, and then we would be, and then he came and then he said, he said to come upstairs and she fall asleep and I didn't listen, and then he'd come back and then he'd tell me to come upstairs and I went upstairs and then he said, and then Christian came upstairs and she turned up the back. We went right downstairs. And after that, I really don't remember. And
What's the first person that you told about this happening?
I never told nobody. Like Christian popped out on my action. She seen him take me upstairs, so she eventually popped out. She told me she was gonna tell my mom. Not so scared, so I told her not to.
Does there come a time where you actually tell someone?
Mm-hmm.
Say yes.
Yes.
Who do you tell?
My mom.
And how old were you when you told your mom?
11.
And why did you tell your mom about this?
Because I just felt like she needed to know something that was missing and she needed to know.
How does it come about that you tell your mom about this?
When you're in school, like, and I had just done trouble again. She was asking about what's wrong with why I'm acting like this and how this getting wrong. And she was like, she was like, school while I'm doing it. I told her that he thing to do something. And then she said, we're gonna come pick me up after school, but then she came pick me up early.
And what were you getting in trouble at school for?
Talking about the teacher and the teacher.
What happened that you tell your mom?
She went to the police station. Well, I had to tell her what happened.
Was there ever a time that something different happened? Was, that's that question, sorry. You said that every time this happened, that that Robert told you not to tell your mom?
Yes.
Do you remember a specific time that he was telling you that?
After we got done with it.
Who all lived at your house at this time?
My granddaddy, Christian, mama, and
And was your granddad ever home when this happened?
no. He had been out working to give me.
Was there ever a time that Rob showed you something when this happened?
Yes, he showed me a video of the girl and boy, and then she was up with the young wife that came out. And he told me that he wanted me to know how to work with other people.
I think right at the time, but
Cross examine.
good afternoon.
Yeah.
Before I continue, that said that the court instruct people who are present in the courtroom who may know the complainants not to talk about the testimony today. There are people in the courtroom that are associated.
I don't know who these people are. Do I have any potential witnesses here? Who's with me?
not that I'm aware of. My officer in charge, but that's it.
Okay, who are you folks? Okay, and you, sir? Can't hear you. You're her mother's boyfriend?
I'm not aware that he has any kind of personal to offer.
Okay, but we can discuss that with the mom. The mom is a witness.
Anybody can discuss this.
Okay, yeah. All right, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned that you got into trouble at school.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when you told somebody at school.
Yes.
You said you were talking back to the teacher. Was it something more serious?
No, I'm just talking back to him.
Okay. And is your mom, all right, straight. You have a little sister called Christian?
Harmony,
Harmony. So Harmony is your little sister.
yes,
When you talk about Christian, who's that?
that's my big sister,
Or your big sister?
yes,
So how much older is she?
she's 13 now,
Okay, so she's like a year older than you.
yes,
Okay, and you're not talking about Harmony being present, you're talking about Christian.
yes.
Yeah? Okay. And you never told your sister,
I never told.
and the first time is when you got into trouble in school.
Mhm.
If we say yes or no,
Yes.
because everything is being taken down. Okay. You also mentioned that your mom and my client had gotten into it.
Yes.
Right. And they had gotten into it before you told somebody at school, right?
When I had told my mom when I was at school, I was 11, like that was, when I had told her, they were not even together.
Okay. But there was trouble over Harmony, right?
Harmony was a one.
Okay. I'm talking about when you told your mother at age 11, okay?
When I told my
When
mom.
you were 11 years old, Harmony was born, correct? When you were 11, not when you were 7. You're 12 now.
Yes.
Harmony is how old now?
Harmony is 5 years old now.
Right, so, Harmony was born at the time when you told your mom at age 11.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So there was a problem between your mom, right, and Mr. Carter Clark
Yes.
over Harmony, right? I'm talking about
Yes,
at age 11. There was a problem, right?
Yes.
Was she stopping him from seeing your sister Harmony?
Yes.
So did you talk about? Oh. You say your granddad lived in the home?
Yes.
And this was at night?
Yes.
So you were saying that your granddad wasn't at the house?
Yes.
He
No,
wasn't?
he was not at the house.
And who did you tell at school?
I told my mom, because she had called my mom, and my mom was asking, like, you were going to be one of the acting like this, and I told her.
Oh, because the school had you talk to your mom while you were at school? Yes, yes or no? Okay. But before you told your mom, my client and your mom had gotten into it over, with respect to your little sister, right?
Yes.
Did you know that he was upset, my client, over the little girl, the baby Harmony sitting on your mom's boyfriend's lap? No, I'm asking if
She
you
can't
did.
testify as to what someone else knows or how someone else feels. Sustained. You said.
She know he was.
Right. Sustained.
Nothing further.
You regret?
You were asked, about if your mom and, Rob were getting into it about Harmony when you told your mom what happened.
Yes.
Did you have anything to do with your mom and Rob getting into it over Harmony?
No.
And that didn't cause you to tell your mom what
No
happened, did
objection
it?
needed.
Sustained, don't we?
Did Rob seeing Harmony cause you to feel any type of way? How did it make you feel?
I feel like he was gonna do her like that one day.
Did you try to, did you tell your mom to stop her? Sorry, do this properly. Did you tell your mom to stop her from bringing Harmony to Rob's house?
No objection needed.
I don't think that's what it is. Is it a no?
No, I never told her. She decided to do it on her own.
Nothing further there.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Any other witnesses on behalf of the people?
No, sir.
Any witnesses on behalf of the people?
No, sir.
People?
You would move to bind over on the charge of the warrant.
What is that for?
You would move to bind over on the charges in the complaint warrant, and I will reserve any argument for rebuttal.
Mr. Arnold?
And I believe this is a question of fact that should be placed.
I agree. It is a question of fact. Court after hearing the testimony of Marquisha, none of these satisfied that these have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this conviction. It will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court. Criminal Division proceedings is arraigned on the information date and time of September 29, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
What's the bond now?
It's like $1 million cash.
I've asked that bond.
I refer to pretrial services without representation.
Have CR.
All right, I will.
Mr. Strong, come on in.
Yes.
Have you seen Ms. Rushing?
Yeah, she's at the restaurant.
Okay.
What's your first name?
Right. Where are the defendants? Right there. Okay. Calling case 2358673, people of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 1, Jeffrey Sumatra Wise, defendant number 2, Henry Norman Rushing. Defendant 1 is charged in count 1, malicious destruction of personal property, $20,000 or more. Defendant 1 is charged in count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Defendant 1 is charged in count 3, felony firearms. Defendant 2 is charged in count 4, assault with a dangerous weapon. Defendant 2 is charged in count 5, felony firearm. Defendant 1 is charged in count 6, domestic violence. Defendant 2 has an official for the second case numbers. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gabrielle Fuller requesting permission to practice under Court Rule 8.210 under the supervision of APA Mr. David Ali.
Commissioner Grant.
And good morning, Your Honor. Sydney Rushing, P78830, appearing on behalf of Ms. Wise, who appears behind. Ms. Wise, would you please state your name for the record? Jeffrey Wise. And Your Honor, if I may, I just want to make sure the record, Court Rules MCR 8.120. Just want to make sure she got it right. I think she flipped between one, but so that way there's no issue.
All right.
I practiced under the same court rule. It's a great court rule.
Mr. Strong? Yes, Your Honor. Ronnie Strong, P3445. Here on behalf of Mr.
Henry Norman Rushing.
Yes, date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses will you?
One, Your Honor.
Are you witnesses?
Question.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. I don't know if there are any other witnesses in the courtroom. Who's the young lady in the back of the courtroom with the sunglasses on her head?
Oh, she's just family friend, Your Honor.
She's not a witness.
Any kind.
What's your name for the record, ma'am?
Tabitha Payne.
Tabitha
Payne.
Payne. How do you spell the last name?
Payne.
Okay, thank you. All right. Are you witness?
The people call Alfred McLaughlin. McLaughlin is McLoughlin. And the first name is ALFRED.
Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you. Please step forward, have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Well, it's a nice amount of speaking to that microphone, certainly to your left. Okay. Maybe, yeah, you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Put the microphone down.
Alfred McLaughlin.
And Mr. McLaughlin, how do you know Jeffrey Wise?
Met up with a mutual friend at a bar.
What was your relationship with her?
She was my girlfriend.
For how long?
40 years.
Would you recognize her if you seen her today?
Yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please point to her and tell the court the item of clothing she's wearing?
She's wearing a blue shirt, braids in there.
Does the record reflect identification of the defendant?
So,
During your relationship with Ms. Wise, were you able to meet her parents?
Yes. About
On how many occasions did you meet her father?
He stayed with her.
They're just gonna move your microphone because we can't hear you.
He said,
Thank you. Would you recognize, do you know the name of Jeffy, Ms. Wise's father?
Henry Russian,
Would you recognize Mr. Russian? Do you see him today?
yes,
Do you see him in the courtroom?
yes.
Can you point to him and tell the court the item of clothing he's wearing?
He's over there, he was wearing a white and blue plaid shirt.
Let the record reflect the identification of the second defendant.
So,
On July 17, 2022, did you go to Ms. Wise's home?
yes,
How did you get there?
I drove my car,
What kind of vehicle were you driving?
a 2015 Dodge, truck Challenger.
What condition was your vehicle in when you arrived at Ms. Wise's home?
Excellent. Excellent condition.
Where did you park when you got there?
In her driveway,
Did you go inside her home?
yes.
How did you get entry into her home?
Mr. Russian let me in.
Did something happen once you got inside?
Yes. As soon as I walked in, I was approached by Jeffy and her friend.
Ms. Wise and her friend approached you, and what happened?
And I was assaulted.
Hang on a second, so you said her friend, is her friend in the courtroom?
No.
I'm gonna object to her, the witness making a legal conclusion that he was assaulted. She just stated the facts as to what occurred.
Mr. McLaughlin, you testified that Ms. Wise and you testified that you were assaulted. Who were you assaulted by?
Miss Wise and her friend,
And at this point, what part of the house are you standing in?
kitchen living room area.
When you say you were assaulted, what did they do to you?
I was punched in the abdomen area and jumped on.
And you said you were standing in what part of the home?
In between the kitchen and living room area.
Was anyone else in this area besides you, Ms. Wise, and her friend?
Mr. Russian,
After you were assaulted, what happened?
I threw him down, I threw both of them off me. Jeffy pulled out a handgun and she just had it on me.
Had you seen this handgun before?
Yes,
Can you tell the court what it looked like?
it's a black, small 380.
And you said Ms. Wise had it on you? Can you tell the court what that means?
That means like she pulled the gun out and had it pointed towards me.
At that time, did she shoot at you?
No,
What happened?
when she had the gun drawn on me, I was sitting there froze. And her father took the gun from her and said, "I'll shoot this motherfucker."
When you say her father, are you referring to Mr. Rushing?
Yes,
At the point when Mr. Rushing said that he would shoot you, how was he holding the gun?
he pointed it at me.
What did you do when the gun was pointed at you a second time?
I ran downstairs.
You ran downstairs
Yes,
into what part of the home?
the basement,
At that point, where was Ms. Wise?
in the kitchen living room area still,
And where was Mr. Rushing?
in the same area.
Once you get into the basement, what do you do?
I realized I was in the basement and ran straight out to the side door.
As you're exiting the house, does something happen?
Yes, two shots was fired. Two shots was fired when I was leaving the door, when I left out the door.
Do you know who fired those shots at you?
Yes,
Who fired those shots at you?
Jeffy Wise.
You're running out the door, right?
Yes,
Were you able to see her?
yes, through my peripheral, she had the gun. And when I ran out the door, I heard two shots.
What do you do when you get outside?
I stepped to the side of of the door, so she wouldn't have a clear shot at my back. When she came out the door, I grabbed the gun. We was hustling over the gun. I ended up getting it out of her hand. I took the bullet out the head of the gun. I took the magazine out and threw all the items into the street.
As you're standing outside and you just testified that you took Ms. Wise's gun apart, do you see Mr. Rushing?
Yes,
Where's Mr. Rushing?
he's in the front yard.
Did Mr. Rushing come out the same door as you and Ms. Wise?
No,
Once you get the gun taken apart, what do you do?
Jeffy ran to my car, so I followed her to my car.
Ms. Wise ran to your Challenger,
Yes,
and at this time, where's your Challenger parked?
yes, it was parked in the driveway, in her driveway.
Does she say anything as she goes to your vehicle?
I don't remember.
What is she doing to get to your vehicle?
She sits in my car.
Is she alone?
No, her friend is out there with her, and Mr. Rushing, but she was alone sitting in my car, yeah.
Do you ask her to get out of your car?
Begged her.
Does she get out of your car?
No.
What do you do?
I went to Mr. Rushing, asked for him to, talk to his daughter to get her out of my car. He said no. I went to her friend, begging her to tell Jeffy to get out of my car so I can go home, but she didn't.
Objection, you say, please call for conclusion. Your Honor, I'm objecting, he was about to say, she said, as in a friend, that's a hearsay statement. Object, I'm objecting.
Does Ms. Wise ever get out of your car?
No.
Do you leave?
Yes,
How did you leave?
I walked
Where did you walk to?
to the police department, which was maybe 3 blocks away from her house.
While you were at the police department, what did you do?
I told the police officers what happened and could they escort me back to Ms. Jeffy's house so I could go retrieve my vehicle.
Do the police officers agree to escort you back?
Yes,
Approximately how long was it before you returned with officers?
2 hours.
And when you got to Miss Wise's home, where was your vehicle parked?
It was moved. It was moved to the street
Moved from where?
from her driveway to the neighboring street.
And what condition was your vehicle in?
It was trash.
When you say trash, can you report some more information?
Yes, it was, the seats were sliced up, bullet holes in my car, music stolen, glasses stolen. It was just keyed up.
Did you take any pictures?
Yes,
Do you have those pictures?
yes,
Where do you have those pictures?
on my phone.
Can I see those?
Yes, you may.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
May.
Mr. McLaughlin, this appears to be a video.
That's what I have. I have video.
Mr. McLaughlin, who took this video?
I did.
And when did you take this?
I took that video a day after. It was a King's collision.
The day after, so on July 18, 2022, you took this video?
Yes,
You said your car was at King's Collision?
yes,
Was it towed there?
yes,
And when was it towed to King's Collision?
the next day.
Is this video an accurate description of how your vehicle looked when you returned to Ms. Wise's home on July 17, 2022?
Yes,
Your Honor, we would like to publish this video to the court
Move for submission.
and move for its admission.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Rushing, I would object.
Can't hear you.
On behalf of Mr. Rushing, I would object. This is the first time we're seeing this video. It's not exposed, so it's going to scope.
Yeah, Your Honor, the prosecutor's office just received this video prior to this examination. It has been showed to both defense counsels, and we're willing to make sure they get it after the examination.
Your Honor, I'm objecting as well, because they're just now clicking it. As you can see, we're both just now watching it for the first time.
Like the prosecutor's looking at it for the first time too.
Well, technically, they saw it before we did, before we came on the record. But we could have saw it beforehand, but maybe a little bit different. Your Honor, I would just ask that you hold your ruling until we have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. That's all I would.
It doesn't matter when she is seeing the video for the first time. The point is that whatever evidence that they were going to admit at the preliminary examination, they needed to disclose that to us. The obligation is on the state, the police department, and the prosecutor.
Tell me how you're prejudiced.
Judge, we're seeing it for the first time.
I understand that. Tell me how you're prejudiced.
I can't pick up the proper exact cross-examination of this witness, and I have no time to prepare.
So I'll give you time to prepare. How much time do you need?
Just check out his story and meetings on
Excuse me?
about a week.
You need a week to see the video?
I'm gonna view the video, and then I'll contact the school police and see what the story. I'll do it on all of the
Okay, so we'll hold it in part. I'll put it over to September 29th at 10 o'clock.
It's a good day for me too, Your Honor.
Let's continue on with the rest of the testimony, and then we'll come back for that little piece there.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
No more questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. McLaughlin. Is that how I say it?
Yes.
McLaughlin. If there's any questions that I ask that are confusing or don't make sense, just let me know and I'd be happy to rephrase them, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when this event occurred, you stated that your car was parked in the driveway at Ms. Wise's house.
Yes,
Are you sure it wasn't parked on the street?
very sure.
All right, and which, and when it had moved, which street had it moved to?
Orange line.
Now, when this incident happened, you stated that you walked to the police department, is that correct?
Yes,
However, when you gave a statement to the police, that was not the information that you gave to the police, is that correct?
yes,
That is correct, it's different
yes,
than what you told police? Yes,
yes,
okay. In fact, you told the police that a couple drove you up there, isn't that correct?
yes.
But your testimony today is that you walked up to the police.
I left Jeffy's house walking. I made it to the police station by a couple that seen me that I needed help.
So that's different that's different right at this moment than it was just 5 minutes ago when you said you walked all the way to the police station, correct?
Well, I didn't say I walked all the way there. I said I started walking to the police station.
I believe your testimony was that you walked to the police station and upon arriving at the police station, you talked to the police.
No,
Let's not argue with the witness. Next question, please.
And then while you were talking with the police officers, they took you back to the location, correct?
yes,
Now, when you walk in, to Ms. Wise's house, isn't it true you actually put your hands on her first?
no,
Okay. Do you, where do you work?
barbershop.
Okay, and who do you work at that barber shop with?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Why is that relevant?
Your Honor, if I could just have a brief leeway, it'll make sense. Just a little action, please. Who do you work at the barber shop with?
I work with a lady named Miss McCoy, Miss Williams, Mr. Gray.
And Mr. Gray's name, his name is James, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, what did you tell Mr. Gray happened at this incident?
Excuse me?
Did you ever tell Mr. Gray recently what happened during this incident?
Yes, we talked about it.
And what did you tell him?
Exactly what I told the court earlier.
Isn't it true you told Mr. Gray that you actually punched Ms. Wise in her stomach first?
No.
And Mr. McLaughlin, do you have any Facebook accounts?
Yes.
And what accounts would those be? What names do you have them under?
Alfred McLaughlin III, Aaron Mac G3. Mac G3.
Do you also have one that is for your barbershop called Aaron James?
No, I have one for my barbershop that's called Blessed Hands Beauty and Barber Salon.
Is there any nickname that Ms. Wise used to call you?
No.
She never called you Pinhead?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, relevant. I'm not sure what nicknames have to do with the.
Your Honor. Did you ever reach out to Ms. Wise on Facebook asking her to meet you in person?
No.
You did not?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. Defense is asking questions about a piece of evidence that is just not being brought to the people's attention.
Your Honor, that is not true, as I provided all this information to Mr. Moody last week, at our exam that was last week, and he said he placed it in the court file.
This was cross-examined.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you're stating that you didn't, have a Facebook profile named Aaron James, where you stated, where you didn't send a message to Ms. Wise asking her to meet you at a place on Indy where she brought you food that night, just you and her. You did not send that message.
No.
Now, Mr. McLaughlin, were you served with a PPO after this incident?
Yes.
And you were aware that PPO was issued?
Yes.
And you did not contest that PPO, is that correct?
Correct.
Madam, may I briefly question witness?
For a reason.
Show me the PPO. And make sure that this is the one that he received, because I'm going to be asking for it to be included in that. And of the incident, Your Honor, and how the PPO was issued to Ms. Wise, not Ms. McLaughlin.
We would object, Your Honor.
So what does that have to do with this?
This has to do, because this was this exact incident, and this was filed the day after the incident with the same facts alleged in here that were not contested as to the facts that happened. Different than what's being tested on.
So you seeking to admit that, I don't think that's a mission.
I believe it is.
It's an out of court statement, offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
That he admitted.
He said he didn't contest it, that's not. So, correct me if I'm wrong, that was granted on an ex parte basis.
I
That was granted on an ex parte basis.
Yes, Your Honor, and then I just asked what he contested this, he said no.
He said he didn't contest the PPO.
Correct.
Not that he doesn't have an issue with what's stated there. I mean, that happens all the time.
Right.
PPOs are granted on an ex parte basis, and the defendant, so to speak, or respondent doesn't respond then the PPO goes through.
Correct?
Right.
Yes. Okay, well, but you're aware that PPO was issued against you, correct?
Yes.
And that PPO was good up until a year later of July 18th, 2023, correct?
I didn't know that.
Oh, yes, it's a one-year PPO. But you're aware of PPO, correct?
Yes.
Now, you never lived at 9656 Piedmont, correct?
Yeah.
9656 Piedmont, Piedmont. Did you have a key there?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
So on that afternoon, you didn't use the key to get inside?
No.
You knocked?
Yes.
And Mr. Russian let you in?
Yes.
Now, why did you go to Ms. White's house on that day?
Because Ms. Wise said that she seen me online with a friend and she wanted me to get my stuff and return her home.
What stuff did you have to get?
I have clothes over there,
What kind of clothes?
t-shirts, drawers, socks.
Did you get those clothes?
No,
Did you ever get those clothes?
no.
Now, did you pop up on Ms. Wise that day, or was she expecting you at that exact time?
Well, she called, we had a discussion that I was coming over. She told me before we get my thing.
Now, I want to take you back to the incident of the two of you, quote unquote, testimony. Is it your testimony today that you are not touching Ms. Wise in any way when the gun discharged?
Excuse me?
Is it your testimony today that the gun, that you are not touching Ms. Wise in any way when the gun discharged?
No,
Did your testimony change if you knew that that was recorded in some way?
no.
Well, my question is to put a car until next week. So you're saying, okay, so your testimony also was that after there was like a little bit of a tussle in the kitchen, you ran down the stairs, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and then how long were you down there?
not even a minute.
And this whole time, Ms. Wise and Mr. Rushing are still in the kitchen
Yes,
with the gun
yes,
as you ran downstairs?
yes.
Is there an outside of the basement? Or is there a way to get out of the basement area?
Yes, you have to go back up the stairs and out the door.
Okay, and is that's out the side door?
Yes,
Now, you went on the side door, what street is that side door located on?
orange line.
And you stated you ran outside that door and you stayed on the side of the house. Was that to the left of the door or to the right?
Left,
Did the door swing open to the right or to the left?
I don't remember.
And does the door swing all the way 180 or does it only do 90 degrees?
It opens all the way up.
And then your statement is that there were 2 shots outside of the house, just right outside
Inside.
there's 2 shots inside the house?
I got shot at while we were inside of the house. I was leaving, I was exiting the door and 2 shots were fired.
So there's 2 shots at inside the house, not outside.
Not outside.
Your Honor, at this point, I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Strong?
Yes, Your Honor. When you first arrived over at the Piedmont address, you indicated that Mr. Rushing had been.
Yes, sir.
And was he on the cane at the time he let you in?
No,
And he does, he does use the cane in the market, right?
well, I've seen the cane. I've never seen the wall.
And when he let you in, he was not using that cane? That's your correct, Paul. You don't remember, you don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember.
And when he let you in, there were no real words spoken between you and Mr. Rushing, correct?
Right.
There was only no words spoken between you and Ms. Wise was there when you first walked in?
No.
So something happened that triggered this incident, according to you, you being sorry, right?
Yes.
How long were you in the house, the Piedmont house, before you were assaulted according to you?
Not even 5 minutes.
So for the first 4 minutes, there was an argument between you and Ms. Wise?
No.
There was no verbal altercation, no verbal argument between you and Ms. Wise?
No.
So just out of the blue, some unexplained reason, you were being hit, correct?
No, not out of the blue.
That's what I'm asking you. So what happened in your mind that triggered you being physically assaulted?
Me being with another woman.
So somebody said something to you about this other woman?
Yes.
And you
Not,
said,
not while I was in the house, before I even made it to the house.
so I'm talking about when you got into the house, Mr. Rushing let you in. He's according to you, about 4 minutes went by while you're in the house before you were physically assaulted. And I'm trying to find out what happened during that 4 minute time that led to you being assaulted. You know.
Okay.
You get the question?
Excuse
Do you understand the question?
Yes.
All right. Tell me what happened during that 4 minute time that caused you to be assaulted in your mind. What happened?
I walked in the house,
Okay.
walked through the kitchen, proceeded to go to Jeffy's room, which is upstairs. I got cut off before I even made it there.
Let me stop you there. Mr. Rushing, there was no verbal altercation during that initial time period?
No.
So the verbal altercation occurred upstairs?
I never made it up.
All right. Well, it occurred in that area, right?
It occurred in the kitchen living room area.
It's an open floor panel, right?
Yeah, it has a, yes, it has a divider though, but yeah.
But if I'm in the living room, I can see into the kitchen, right?
Yes, sir.
And if likewise, the kitchen, I can see into the door.
Yes, sir.
Where's Mr. Rushing at this time?
I don't remember.
Do you see a handgun at this time?
I see a handgun after I get the women off center.
That's not what I asked. At that time, when the verbal, about you being confronted about this female, do you see it?
I wasn't confronted by a female.
No, you said somebody confronted you about being with the female.
Before I got to the house.
You're in the house, going upstairs, you don't quite make it. Somebody said something to you about this female?
No, I was just cut off and assaulted.
For someone, but no,
the female was the reason.
according to what you said earlier, at some point, Mr. Rushing had a hand. He pointed it in that direction and said, I cheat this. Right?
Yes.
When you came back to that location with the police, do you remember telling the police what had occurred?
Yes.
Well, where that they had body count?
I would hope so, yes.
Did you tell the police that Mr. Rushing had pointed that gun at you and said, I'd shoot this motherfucker?
Yes.
You told him that?
Yes.
Okay, you tried to say you thought you told him that, or did you tell him that?
I told him everything that happened in the house.
And what you told him at the time when you were at the house was true and accurate?
Yes.
Did you ever see the body cam, sir?
No.
So what if I told you that on the body cam, you never told the police that Mr. Rushing stated
They
that?
have you testify, rephrase.
There were two officers that arrived at that Piedmont address with you, right?
Yes.
You talked to both of them, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true, sir, that you never told those officers that Mr. Rushing said that he would shoot you with that handgun?
Excuse me, say that again?
Two officers that escorted you back to the Piedmont address. Do you recall never telling them that Mr. Rushing pointed a handgun at you? What you told them is that he had a handgun. You recall telling them that?
I told them everything that happened in the house. I told them that I had a gun, that Mr. Rushing pointed a gun and he said, I'll shoot that motherfucker.
When you came into the house of Mr. Wood, you had your car keys?
Yes.
You put them in your pocket?
Yes.
When you left out of the house, did you have your car keys?
Yes.
You went to the police station?
Yes.
No further questions, sir.
Can you redirect?
Briefly, Mr. McLaughlin, you testified that you knew about the PPO.
Yes.
How did you find out about the PPO?
A court officer,
And why were you talking to that court officer?
because I was gonna put a PPO out on her,
And so how soon did you find out about the PPO?
the next day.
So on July 18th is when you found out about the PPO, the
Yes.
same day that it was filed. Did you ever try and contest that PPO?
Yes, I tried to, but the court officer is still having a problem with serving Ms. Jeffrey.
You filed a motion?
Whatever paperwork I need to file for a PPO, that's what I found.
And did you pay the fees related to contesting?
Yes, I did.
Okay, one last question. You made a statement to police on July 17th.
Yes.
Did you make that statement? When did you make that statement to police?
While I was at, either when I was at the police department or when they were escorting me to people.
So to clarify, you talked to police prior to arriving back at the Piedmont address?
Yes.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Okay, so this was a big falling out between something that she apparently saw on Facebook, you with another woman. right?
Yes, she stalked the young man's page and seen me wanted.
Okay, so then she told you to come get your stuff out of her house.
Yes.
So
And I had a phone that she bought me. She wanted that phone back.
she wanted her phone back. So you go to the house. Were you upset when you went to the house?
No, not necessarily, because I already knew.
How long have you been in a dating relationship with Jennifer?
4 years.
4 years? Okay. And her dad let you in the house, right?
Yes.
You didn't appear to be upset or angry.
No.
At some point in time, you said Jeffrey pulled a gun on you.
Yes.
Had you ever seen that gun before?
Yes.
Can you describe the gun?
It was a small black, I want to say it was a 380 or 9mm.
So you said that you were attempting to go upstairs to her room. Why were you going to her room?
Because my things were upstairs. No,
Things, so that's where your things were.
it's my property. Yeah.
Okay. And you say you were cut off by who?
By Jeff.
Okay. And when you say cut off, what happened?
Like step.
She stepped
Like
in front
stepped
of
in the
you.
way, yeah.
And what did you do when she stepped in front of you?
I just did it. And that's when I got punched in my face.
She punched you in your stomach?
Yeah.
What did you do after that?
I pushed her, but then her other friend jumped up and jumped on my back.
And that's when the father got involved.
Yes.
Is that the first time you saw the gun?
Was that the first time I seen her gun?
Yes.
No.
Is that the
You
first
talking
time you
about
saw
that
the
day?
gun on that day?
Yes.
That occasion?
Yes.
That's when the father came up to them?
No. Jeffy had it on her.
So
She
had
put the gun on
her
first
when
and
she
had it
stepped in
drawn
front
on
of you?
me first.
But she had it drawn on you, but she stopped you from going upstairs?
No, sir.
Okay.
We had a physical altercation first, as far as when I threw the young ladies off me. Jeffy pulled the gun out.
Oh.
And just had it on me.
I see.
And then her father took the gun from her and said, "I shoot this motherfucker." That's when I ran to the lady.
So she punched you in the stomach, and then you responded, you hit her back, right?
No, I pushed her.
You pushed her.
And the old girl jumped up and jumped up.
That's when her friend jumped on your back.
Right.
When she jumped on your back, you
I pushed her off me too.
then when you push both of them off, that's when Jeffy pulled the gun.
Yes.
Now, does Jeffy have a spare key in your car?
No.
So I'm trying to figure out how does your car get moved from the Piedmont location to, what you say?
So on the side street, that's where we're at. Her driveway is on the side street, was Orange Line. She stays on Piedmont, but her driveway is on Orange Line.
Okay. So how does the car get from one location to the next?
Well, it's still on the side street. They pushed it out of the driveway to on Orange Line, away from her crib, like the neighboring crib. Or the neighboring house.
You say it was damaged, right?
Yes.
Those damages were repaired?
No, it was totaled out.
Car was totaled? What kind of car was it again?
2015 Dodge Challenger.
You said some music was stolen. How did you steal music?
Well, it's in my back. I had a box back there, 212 with an album. They popped my trunk. Yeah, music
equipment. How much did you pay for that?
Roughly 1,500.
Police came, escorted you back. Did you show them the vehicle?
Yes, they see it.
All right. Did they take pictures?
No, I didn't.
Nobody took pictures?
Well, I didn't take pictures. I thought I took video, but I don't have it. No, excuse me. Let me take all of that. Excuse me, sir. I left my phones in Jeffrey's house, so I didn't have no phone. The next day, I got my phones. I had to go buy some new phones. I see my car at King's Collision, took the video at King's Collision.
How did they get to King's Collision?
I had it told you. I had to call my insurance company.
Any questions based on my question?
Not at all.
I thought you were saying.
I agree with that.
The question I was curious about. You said that when Ms. Wiseman, she jumped on the Hoover off of you, right?
Yes.
How tall are you, sir?
6'1".
How much you weigh?
225.
How tall is Ms. Wiseman?
Excuse me.
How tall is Ms. Wiseman?
5'4", 5'5".
And how much does she weigh?
225.
Only after you threw her off that this handgun was hanging the sensor.
Yes.
For how tall is it?
Maybe 2 inches taller than Jeff.
How much did she?
She was thin.
And when you describe this throwing action or this throwing motion,
A push.
that's not what you said. You said you threw it. There's a difference between throwing somebody and pushing somebody. Would you agree with it?
Yes, sir.
You use the word throw on several occasions during your testimony, right? And I'm asking you now to describe this throwing motion. Ms. Wise.
It was a push, sir.
It's a novice push, another
Slang term.
swing.
I was using slang.
Or you use slang.
Yes.
When you pushed her, you didn't push her softly, you pushed her soft with some force.
Of course, I was defending myself.
And when you pushed her, where did you push her to?
The ground. Or floor.
You pushed her to, so she fell on the floor.
Yes.
You pushed her hard enough and she fell on the floor.
Yeah.
And her friend, did you push her also?
Yeah, I pushed her too.
And how? Did she fall on the floor too?
Yes, yes, she did.
And when you pushed Ms. Wise and her friend to the floor, you were angry at the time?
Yes.
And then that's when, according to you, Mr. Russian had the gun and said, I'll shoot this motherfucker.
No, Jeffy Ford did not.
I understand, but I'm talking about it was only after they were pushed to the floor that he had the gun and he said, I'll shoot this motherfucker.
Yes.
And when that occurred, you didn't lay her hand on Ms. Wise or the gun, right?
No.
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. McLaughlin, you have used the slang term thrown off. And you just testified that that means you pushed them.
Yes. When I was saying wrong, I didn't actually mean like pick her up and throw her like some Superman character or something like that. I mean like a shove,
And why did you push Ms. Wise off of you?
because I was assaulted.
And you said before that you were assaulted. Can you describe the assault for the court?
Yes, I was punched in the abdomen and pushed. Her friend jumped on my back. Naked.
Approximately how many times were you punched?
Once.
Approximately how many times were you punched?
Once. I
And
was jumped on. Jeffy pushed me, her friend jumped on my back.
how did you feel when they were assaulting you?
I was very angry.
No more questions for you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, may I ask you a few questions, just briefly? All right, Ms. McLaughlin, just to clear some things up. When this jumping, pushing, all that is happening, where are you at in the house?
Kitchen, living room area.
Okay, so you stated, when the judge asked, you stated that you were on your way upstairs and Ms. Wise stood in front of you, correct?
Yes,
And this is the bedroom that goes upstairs, that's in the hallway, right?
yes,
And that's across from the bathroom.
yes.
And when she stepped in front of you, was it when you got in front of the stairs or in the middle of the hallway, or where was she standing at that point?
Well, I walked through the kitchen before I even made it out of the living room. I was in front.
So you didn't actually make it to the stairs or that hallway?
Not at all.
Okay, so she stood like in the living room, I suppose, correct? Okay. Right there where you guys are standing, is there a door behind you? A front door?
Yes.
To leave?
Yes.
Okay, at that point, when Ms. Wise stopped you, why didn't you turn around and walk out?
Because I was being assaulted.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying when she stopped and stood in front of me, you stated that she stood in front of you to prevent you from going upstairs, correct?
Yes.
At that point, why did you not turn around and go outside of the house?
Like I said, as soon as I made it there and she confronted me, that's when I was assaulted. So it was like I didn't have a chance to think to leave out the front door.
So when she was coming to stand in front of you, she didn't push you from the back?
No, when she cut me off, we were face to face.
Okay, so face to face, you stopped here, correct?
Yeah.
And you didn't turn around and walk out of the house?
No.
Okay. At no point did you actually turn around and walk out that door that was what, 5 feet from where you were?
No, I ended up running out the side door.
Correct. So you, instead of going out the very first entry that you could have left, you went back to the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
Down 2 steps, correct?
Yes.
Down another flight of stairs into the basement, correct?
Yes.
And then you decided at that point, after being down, you said about a minute?
Not even.
Not even a minute, okay. You decided to turn around and go back outside, correct?
Yes,
Now you left that phone in that basement, correct?
yes.
And that was the phone that you were returning to Ms. Wise, correct?
I had 2 phones. Both of them, I left both of them.
Okay, and were both phones being returned or?
One was hers that I was returning, and the other one was mine that I just left.
Okay, why did you leave it?
Well, I didn't know that I left it there. I just dropped it.
And then, you said in this, I guess, slang for throwing and pushing, although I don't think slang is a throwing slang, but you stated she punched you and you shoved her down, correct?
Yes.
To the ground. Her friend then jumps on your back, correct?
Well, it happened at the same time, yes.
That's like, and then after that point, that's when you saw the handgun get pulled, correct?
Yeah, she pulled it from her waistband.
Okay, and this is Ms. Wise's house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at any point in that time, I mean, after you pushed her down, you could have turned around and walked away, correct? You went out that front door. That was 4 feet.
No, because as soon as I got her friend off me, that's when the weapon was drawn.
Okay. And then also you stated that when you walked in the house, you were not, no one was angry, nobody.
Jeffy was angry.
But
We
that's
never had-
not what you testified. You testified and said that there were no ill
No, I
words.
said that we didn't have any, exactly, we didn't have any ill words, but she was very upset of what she seen prior to me getting it.
So again, I'm just relaying back what you said. In the first 4 minutes you were in there, there was no ill word said. That's what you testified, that there was 0 ill words.
No,
And
we
you
didn't
just
have
said right
any
now, you
words.
just said right now that there was
Yeah,
no
we
ill
didn't have
words,
any
correct?
words.
So you would say from the side door that you entered and I guess upstairs where you were headed, it's about what, 10 feet maybe, 10, 15 steps max?
Less than that.
Okay, and it took you 4 minutes to walk from there to around that way.
I was guesstimating the time, so it might have even been shorter than 5 minutes.
Okay, and in that, I'm trying to figure out what happened. Because your testimony is that just out of the blue, Ms. Wise punched you in your stomach, stopped you from going upstairs. So in those 4 minutes before, when you entered the door and walked upstairs.
I didn't walk upstairs.
No, I'm sorry, that you were heading towards the upstairs. What happened at that point to cause, and are you saying you just stood still in the kitchen side?
Objection, Your Honor, as the answer, the defendant has answered this question 4 times. He says that the defendant was upset before he got there. It's been answered.
I'm not asking about her being upset. I'm asking what happened in the 4 minutes, according to Mr. McLaughlin, that after he entered the door, that is, he said, maybe 12 steps to where the upstairs is, where he's going to get his
I
thing.
don't think you asked, but Mr. Strong asked 3 times.
Yes.
Heard it.
Well, Your Honor, now I'm trying to get clarity as well.
And the defendant has testified that nothing happened. He was cut off.
And you stated that you didn't have a phone, so you didn't take videos of the car that day, correct?
Yes.
And the officers didn't take videos that you're aware of?
I wasn't aware of that, but they did. They did.
No further questions from you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may start. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defendant? Oh, I'm sorry, we're not done yet. You guys want to go over the video, right?
Judge, up to the people, they still are asking that. Judge, that's up to the people as to whether or not they're still asking that video be introduced in evidence.
Your Honor, the people are fine to make the bind over argument without the video being published.
We would return our questions then.
Great, thank you.
Okay. All right, people.
The people move to bind over as charged. Over there.
Ms. Russell?
Yes, Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to be objecting to find over on any of the counts. First count we have, malicious destruction of property more than 20 days.
Okay.
I can't hear. Oh, fine. Your Honor, We are objecting, on behalf of Ms. Wise, I am objecting to the bind over on all counts. On the malicious destruction of property, the value that this was listed at is more than $20,000. I believe you're the only one that asked a question about value, and the only value that was received was $1,500 for the speakers. There has been no evidence of what the value of the damage was, none. So at this point, they have not met their burden on that number alone. Secondly, we can make guesstimates about where this occurred, but the county and the city have also not been determined. It has not been said that this happened in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne. We do have an idea of Ms. Wise. Now, when it comes, Your Honor, to the felonious assault and the felony firearm and the domestic violence, Mr. McLaughlin's testimony was that he did not live there, that he went there and to read some things, I suppose, and said that he was in there 4 minutes, nothing happened. There was apparently dead silence, we were all standing like statues in the kitchen, I suppose. And then Ms. Wise goes to stop him from moving forward in the house. And at that point, he alleges that she punched him, he pushed her to the ground, pushed the friend to the ground, and then that's when a weapon was produced. This is Ms. Wise's house. Ms. Wise has the absolute right to protect herself in that house from any threats. And he could have turned and went outside the door.
That was why this wouldn't be a question of fact to be determined by a trial. I take the witness's statements as true.
Correct.
Tell me why.
Your Honor, I think we've been able to show, because one thing that Your Honor gets to do also is test the credibility of this witness. One thing that.
I didn't find anything inherently incredible about his testimony.
You said
I didn't find anything inherently incredible about his testimony.
Your Honor, I think it's very easy to read his body language and the statements that he was saying that were contradicting each other. He stated that there were 2 shots fired outside the house setting. Then he says, no, the 2 shots were fired inside the house, not outside the house. And I think that's something. Then he states at one point that Mr. Rushing handed her a gun, and now Mr. Rushing never had the gun to hand to Ms. White. She pulled it from her waistband. That's a third different way that we've seen that this handgun. But at the end of the day,
that's not true.
And Your Honor, at the end of the day, when it comes to the felonious assault, a PPO was issued the very next day against the complainant. The facts mean exactly what they are in the police report. It was issued to Ms. Wise. It was not contested.
We're talking about that item that I knew was not admissible.
Your Honor, the item itself was not admissible, but the complainant testified that he was served with the PPO and that it was not contested.
Right.
So that's what
You're telling me the substance of the PPO.
So Your Honor, I guess what I would say is, there was a PPO issued in relation to this event, and it was testified to that he was served with a PPO and it was not contested. That PPO went into effect. That's what he said happened. And so I think that's very telling about this case. And again, this happened in Ms. Wise's house, where he pushed her to the ground. At that point, it may have just been DV on behalf of Ms. Wise. But then when he started using physical force against her, she has the absolute right to protect herself in her own home, that he does not.
Well, except for the fact that you can't start an altercation and then when someone responds, you escalate. That's not the way things go.
Your Honor, I understand, but he also said he was upset. So he escalated it as well. He stated that he was upset. So I think this kind of escalated on both parts. So when you're out.
Let's not presuppose things that aren't stated here. Now, you had very valid arguments as to the value of the property. And I'll take judicial notice that a 2015 Dodge Challenger ranges in price from $9,574 to $42,807. I don't know the condition of the car. He said that it was totaled out. I don't know. Nobody followed up on the value of the vehicle, so I have no idea. Nor do I know who did that to the vehicle. Was it defendant number 1, Ms. Wise, or defendant number 2, Mr. Rushing? Although I could probably guess that it was probably Ms. Wise. everything that took place. She has been motive. But again, I don't know the value of this personal property.
Thank you.
As it relates to the assault with the dangerous weapon, again, you can't start the altercation. Again, when someone responds, claim, I have a right to pull a gun on you now, after an altercation that I in fact started. It doesn't go that way. As far as the assault with the dangerous weapon, the court is satisfied with the burden of probable cause as it relates to defendant number 1 and count number 2, as well as the felony firearm. We'll give Mr. Strong an opportunity to discuss the charge against this one.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Rushing has count, Mr. Rushing has count 4 and 5 against them. That's the felony assault felony firearm. Your Honor, my argument in objecting to the bind over is that Mr. Rushing was acting in defense of others and being in defense of his daughter. Here, Mr. McLaughlin indicated that whether he threw, pushed, or shoved, there was such force where it knocked his daughter and this other person to the ground. Now, if you agree with if you accept Mr. McLaughlin's testimony as true, that he was punched in the stomach by Ms. Fox, the appropriate response for Mr. McLaughlin, Your Honor, would be measured to what it is that he received, and it has to be proportionate. His was excessive. He received, according to him, a punch in the stomach. That was it. Somebody jumped on his back. That does not give him the right.
I was with you until you started going down that ridiculous argument.
What is ridiculous about that?
About him being punched in the stomach, and he said, push it.
That's what he said. He said that his wife hit him in the stomach, then
yeah, I get that.
Then he pushed her to the ground, or shoved her to the ground, or threw her to the ground. The point about that is it was of such force that it caused her to go to the ground. Now, whether you categorize that as a push, a shove, or a trip, whatever it was of such force that he made her hit the ground. And not only her, but her friend. And he indicated, Judge, that he was angry at the time that this occurred, and probably rightfully so if he's going to be hit in the stomach. But that does not negate.
What was he supposed to do?
Well, Judge, anything other than escalating the force that he
escalating. How was that force excessive? He just been hitting the stomach and he pushed the person off of. How was that escalating?
Judge, not to the extent that you push somebody to the ground with that type of force. How much force would it take to push a person to the ground? Quite a bit.
That's not necessarily. Depends on if you can push that person while they were off balance. Any number of factors, any number of variables. I've had a 2-year-old almost knock me out.
But Judge, none of that was put on the record in terms of those other variables.
I tell you what else wasn't put on the record, that he pushed her with such force, as you're saying.
But Judge, that's what it takes in order to push a person to the ground. It takes some degree of force. And that's what he did. He pushed her to the ground along with his friend. And
let me tell you the part that I was with you on. I was with you almost on the defense of others argument, because it appears that Mr. Rushing is of the advanced age. And I don't mean to offend you, Mr. Rushing. I don't know how old you are, but if that's your daughter, you're probably at least 18, 17 years older than her. I don't know. But anyway, you appear to be,
I'm sorry.
You appear to be older than her as well as the complaining witness. And that's your daughter. And this rather large individual's in your house. And I don't know at what point you saw what was going on, but you saw your daughter on the ground, another friend intervening and on his back, and then she gets knocked to the ground. I don't know what we expect you to do. And I don't expect you, being of advanced age, and I heard some testimony that you're on a cane, if not a walker. I don't expect you to engage him in a fist fight. So to that extent, I think you didn't use the weapon, so far as I can tell. So I think a defense of others, but here's the question, Mr. Strong. If he was acting in defense of others, you can act in defense of others just as if you're acting in defense of yourself. So if self-defense is an issue here, isn't that a question of fact to be determined by a trial?
No, Your Honor, that's one of the requirements that the people have to prove in any assault case, that the person charged with the assault was not acting in self-defense. So the defendant doesn't have to prove that he was.
No, that's not.
The burden of proof is on the people to show that.
You're quoting the law wrong, Mr. Strong. That's not accurate at all. Self-defense, defense has to raise the issue of self-defense. That's a question of fact to be determined by a trial.
So I would submit that is only applicable at the trial level, not at the examination stage. That's a requirement for the people to show Mr. Rushing was not acting in defense of his law.
I think you're wrong, sir. Okay. In any event, as it relates to Mr. Rushing, I think he has a very viable self-defense of others claim. However, I think that's going to have to be ironed out at the trial level, not here. That's a question of fact to be determined by a trial fact. A rational trial fact could find that he was acting in lawful self-defense of his daughter. The rational trial fact could find otherwise. As such, the court is going to bind both defendants over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. Their arraignment on the information date and time will be October 13th, 2020. I'm sorry, October 6th. October 6th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. File will be continued.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That's one last thing before I go.
Yes, sir.
What about the choice again?
See, I don't have our number, don't you? That was a very wonderful game.
That was a good game.
We should have won.
We'll see what they do with it.
Did you see that hold at the end of the game?
I saw that. I saw that.
He
But
said,
you know, that really
for him
didn't
to
cost them the game.
fix it.
It worked like this.
No, one play doesn't cost you the game. You're absolutely right.
He left the court.
I'm concerned about, you know,
So I told
the
him,
way,
if we take
how
a
big and
lunch,
strong.
he
these
said he'll
guys
know
are.
when to start.
It's a war of attrition. Who's ever healthy at the end of the year has a chance. So many people
But if he,
going
if
down.
he tried to go down, he got
This is
a.
the Jets score.
See these, why don't you see, so I can go for them. It looked like little kids.
Fast is reads like.
I said, man, that's what we got, so we can take that as a punishment, these guys do.
The key is not getting caught, not getting caught by.
All right, we'll see what we want.
All right.
All right, Judge, have a great weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Oh, okay.
We break. We break.
Are other parties here on the other case?
Yes,
Yeah, I think over here was an argument.
Oh.
Oh, wait a minute. What case is he working? Oh, still have Adams. What's going on with that?
Correct, Judge. We are ready to proceed on that case. Everyone is here.
I mean, witness.
Just one.
Should I invite him in?
My staff is not here at lunch yet.
Have a great.
Unfortunately.
Hey, girls, I didn't throw it down.
What time do you want us back then?
I have to give it at least an hour, 2:30.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes. My security has to be too.
See you, John.
Well, I'm good, and Carlos is going to lunch. Lucky we paid him social care.
You guys want to do it?
You want to do it?
My staff said, what about you? Okay. You want to do it? We can do it.
Let's do it.
Let's knock it out.
Okay, perfect. Judge.
Just give me the spelling.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I want to make sure everyone have a beautiful weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Didn't realize that.
Yeah, watch this step.
Yes.
Yeah. James,
Yes.
You already have.
yes, sir.
We got prosecutors and everyone in the courtroom. Larry King is outside.
Watch this step.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Yeah, right here.
Okay. Yeah. I want to. Okay. Can you do it? No, I did. Say this. Frederick Adams.
Yes, Judge.
Yeah. Calling case 2357809, the state of Michigan versus Frederick Bernard Adams. Defendant discharged on count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree multiple variables. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree multiple variables. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, first degree multiple variables. Count 4, criminal sexual conduct, first degree multiple variables. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sworn and assistant on behalf of the people, P83923.
And good afternoon, James Schwab, 30720, on behalf of Mr. Frederick Adams.
This daytime set for preliminary examination. Tell me your name for the record, sir. Frederick Adams. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, we're ready to proceed.
One witness.
We're ready for,
One witness.
Correct.
Oh, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, sorry.
but just a short preliminary, Your Honor. I'm going to object to the preliminary exam. The charges, this is an old case, Your Honor, it's from 1995. My client has been present in the city, around the Detroit area, under his own name, for all these many years, not arrested. This is not a cold case. It's just a regular case where they need a location, the name of my client. And based on that, I think it's a violation of due process to proceed so late in the proceeding. And I'll stay there.
Judge, we would, of course, disagree with that. This is one of the sexual assault initiative cases. It actually came in front of Your Honor a little over a year ago. An exam was held. It was bound over due to some circumstances before I took over this case. The case was dismissed without prejudice. We then reissued that case. That's why we're here now. I think what defense counsel
though it's specifically referring to it as a pre-arrest delay, which requires, I think, a little bit more than what was stated on the record right now. There has to be some sort of actual or substantial prejudice shown by the defense first before any sort of reasonable efforts are made or shown by the prosecutor as to why or what caused that delay. This case is from 1995. A person was identified. It was Mr. Adams at the time. The investigation did not follow through at that time. His DNA was then identified in the sexual assault rape years later, and that's why the charges came convicted.
But specifically, I don't believe it's a cold case based on what she just said as well.
It does not have to be a cold case. The
I
standard for
understand.
so just the standard for pre-arrest delay has not been even set forth yet here. I think if that's what defense counsel wants to do, a motion would be probably more adequate, but
So it sounds
other
like a
than
proper
that,
place for the motion, if it gets across the street, circuit court will be across the street, circuit.
Perhaps so, but I just
Sure,
wanted to make a
just-
record.
Let's call it.
thank you, Judge. The people called Janetta Fitzgerald, her name has changed, she'll have stuff. And my last name is FOPSISY. So that is.
Please make your name, spell it to you, and wait and see if they're sure. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Hey, please have a seat. The witness box right next to me. Let's put that door open. Have a seat. Speak into that microphone that will be to your left. Maybe give me your right.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state, and spell your name for the record?
Janetta Fitzgerald, JEANETTA, Fitzgerald, FITZGERALD.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald. And were you known by any other name prior to Fitzgerald?
Stalling and Reeves.
Okay, and can you spell Stalling, please?
STALLING.
Okay, thank you. And do you know an individual named Fred or Frederick Adams?
Yes, I do.
And how did you, or do you recall when you first would have interacted or got to know him?
About 26, 27 years ago.
And how did you meet him?
Through mutual acquaintance. Gentleman, I would say.
And what was that gentleman's name?
Your Honor, I was just asked the witness to keep her voice on, please.
Dennis Campbell.
Okay, thank you. And I should have said this earlier, my apologies. If you don't mind just answering the questions verbally, no shaking of heads, and just making sure that everything is picked up on the record. Thank you. So I'm just gonna ask that question again. Who did you know, or how did you know Mr. Fitzgerald? Through who?
I knew Mr. Adams through mutual acquaintance, Dennis Campbell.
Okay. And you had indicated you were seeing Mr. Campbell at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Adams in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please identify where he is sitting or what he is wearing?
He's sitting over there, wearing blue or black shirt.
Judge,
Chair.
thank you. Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant as Frederick Adams.
So noted.
Thank you. Did something happen between you and Mr. Adams back on August 27th of 1995 that brings you to court today?
Yeah.
And what happened? Very briefly.
Yeah, he raped me at his home.
Okay, you said raped you at his home.
Yes.
And was that, do you recall at the time what you thought that location was?
It could have been a corner house, Wellesley and Aspen in Highland Park.
Okay, and would that have been in the city of Detroit?
Yes, it's the city of Detroit, but I can't even say Highland Park.
Understood. Okay. And that at some point, did you learn that that location was 19400 Afton Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, Wayne County?
Yes.
So what were you doing prior to arriving or getting to Mr. Adams' home?
We were all hanging out together, myself, Mr. Adams, a friend of mine, Shamil, and then the guy I was dating, Dennis.
Okay, do you recall where or what you guys were doing when you were hanging out?
We could have been going by somebody's house or going, we usually would go to like Belle Isle or somewhere to hang out. The intent was for all of us to hang out for the day, and I was gonna introduce Mr. Adams to my friend Shamil. So kind of like a double date situation.
Okay, and so, you don't remember exactly where you were, but you're thinking that you're at someone's house or at Belle Isle at some point.
Right, because we would ride around, so we would go to stores and stuff like that, and I don't know where we ended at the house or we ended at the park, but that was like what we did, we hung out, we went to the park, go to somebody's house. Like that.
Okay, and I'm sorry, how old were you at the time back in, 1995?
19.
19 years old. And so what happens, does that eventually the hangout end?
Yeah.
And what happens once it ends?
Shamel decided that she didn't wanna hang out anymore with Fred, so she asked to go home, she needed a babysitter. So I offered for Dennis to take her because they both live on the west side, and Fred and I, he was like right at the border. And I live east, so he said he didn't have a problem dropping me off at home because he needed to stop at his house. Dennis at the time was intoxicated, which was like the norm, so he took Shamel home, which she lives maybe a mile from his house. And then he was to take me home, but we stopped. I stopped at Fred's house with him first.
Okay. So just to take a step back, when you said he was supposed to take you home, who is the he referring to?
Fred, because he offered to take me.
Okay, so the arrangement was that Fred was going to drive you to your home?
Yes.
Okay, and then Dennis was gonna take your friend?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you in fact get into Mr. Adams' vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and do you make it home that evening?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, what happens by the time or between the time when you leave Belle Isle, or sorry, where you leave wherever you are, before you get to your home?
Can you restate it?
Yes. You mentioned that he didn't drive you home right away. Where do you live?
So we went to his house.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't take me straight home. We went to his home, to Fred's house. And he said he needed to stop and get something, and I didn't see a problem with it, because up until he was a nice guy. So I willingly went to the house because he was stopping in to grab something, and he was supposed to take me.
Okay, prior to this, evening, had you seen Fred or Mr. Adams prior to that?
Like I saw him around, but I wasn't in his company because they were a friend.
Okay.
So I never like hung out with him or been to his house and hung out with him exclusively. It just may have been, we would pull up to the same house and he would be there already or something like that. Maybe like a random, hi and bye, but I didn't know him.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so the time that you went to his house, was that the first time that you were at his residence?
Yes.
Okay, and so what happens once you get to his home?
We get to the house and I'm still sitting in the car. He's supposed to be dropping me off. He said, well, I'm about to go in. I got to do something. I don't know if he said the bathroom or whatever. For whatever reason, I said, okay, I'll come in and wait. He said, you can just sit on the couch. So we go in, I guess we went through a garage or something, and went in through a mud room. I'm sitting on the couch waiting because I'm thinking he's about to drop me off. So then he comes back on the couch with a drink and was like, you want something to drink? I said, okay. I started drinking it, but not drinking. I didn't even get to finish the drinks. I may have taken a sip. And he sat down next to me. And then he made it something that it was never supposed to be. He tried to touch me, asking me if we could hook up or whatever, not knows exact terms, but implying that he wanted to have sex.
Okay, so I'm just gonna take a step back very quickly. So you're mentioning kind of an area in which you go into, you mentioned a couch. Can you describe what it is, what room or what it looks like to you at that time?
It's like a family room, like a office or study. It was like couch on, and walk in, it was a couch on this wall. TV over in this corner, and the table that he had done in, it was like a little coffee table, little square table, with a drawer at the top. So that was in that corner next to the couch.
Okay. And so you are sitting in this couch, or I'm sitting on this couch in that room. Do you go to any other part of the house? Are you aware of anything else that's within the house?
Other than walking through that, the way we came in, they had like a little table set up, and they had like alcohol on it, like some Mason stuff, Freemason stuff, some awards. So I don't know if it was his dad's or because it was like, professional stuff. And then that's where he retrieved the alcohol from. But I've never been through the house. That was the one room that.
Okay, and so when you're sitting on the couch and Mr. Adams comes in and hands you a drink, you indicated he was making advances. Can you describe what that looks like? What was he doing?
When he came in and offered the drink, he was simply just offering the drink.
Okay.
But then he sat down and, so he's talking, I'm like, well, you got to drop me off. And I got to go home, my kids at home. And then he was like, well, just wait a minute. I want to talk about us. Like, you don't think nothing of me or something. He was just, kind of like flirting. And I said, I'm dating Kenneth. I don't do that. I don't do friends. Like, I brought my friend and hooked up with you, whatever. She didn't like you. I don't like, and that was it. Like, I was very honest and upfront. What he did was not provoked, warranted, anything.
Okay, so when you say what he did was not provoked, so your indication is that you kind of shut down any advances that he was making.
Objection, leading.
Sorry, Judge, I'll rephrase. How would you describe your reaction to his advances?
When we were on the couch, I made it very clear, under any uncertain circumstances, I was not there for that.
Okay.
And we were very clear on that. So when he made advances towards me and I shut it down, that's when the niceness left, and it was a feeling of the audacity. How dare you say it? And then from that point, it became aggressive, grabbing and stuff.
Okay, so describe that. What happened after he became aggressive? What did he do?
We were on the couch, and then this is when he grabbed my arm, and he's like, you don't want to do this, you do this with this person. He's talking about sexual acts that he's heard I had with my boyfriend.
Statements that the defendant made, overruled.
Sorry, continue.
Then I'll object to relevance.
Overruled. Statements that the defendant made in relation to this incident. You may proceed.
Thank you. Continue to describe what it is that he's doing or saying to you.
He's just, like, he's getting mad. So now he's grabbing on me, getting physical, and saying, at this point, he's telling me he's going to take it. You're gonna give me some, whatever words he was using, he's forcing stuff.
Okay.
I started fighting, and then that's when he pushed me down, and I ended up on my back on the floor. So I'm scratching his face and everything. And he took his hand and like dug me, like literally just like an animal.
Okay, so I'm gonna just stop you right there, so to make sure that we're kind of doing a question and answer. So when he is grabbing you, and you said you're on the floor, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you wearing clothing at this time? What happens to your clothing?
He started pulling on my pants, so I'm on the floor like this, and I remember because he kept trying to choke me, so all I remember was keep doing this with my arms up. And by this point, he's pulling, and that's how he scratched me up like all over my stomach. He's pulling my pants down, and when he did, he was laying on me, and he was pretty big at the time, I probably was 100 pounds. He's laying on me and putting his hand in there like I'm doing again. So at this point, once he forced my legs open.
So when you say hands in there, what part of his body is touching your body?
His hands are inside my vagina.
Okay. After he put his hands into your vagina, what, if anything, does he do next?
He started like sniffing, kissing all on my neck, just taking his stuff out, his penis out of his pants and getting ready to insert it. And then he started telling me all the stuff he was gonna do to me. You did this act with this person. I'm gonna do this to you. And then he proceeded to like put all this weight on me. So by this time he put my legs back to where I was screaming because my neck and my back was hurting. And I felt like my neck was gonna snap and I was begging him to stop. And he proceeded to force aim into.
Okay, so when you say that, what part of his body went into your body?
His feet.
Okay. Okay, and at any point, does any part of his body go into any other part of your body?
During the act, like he commenced doing oral, he put it in my mouth, he was trying to violate me and put it anywhere he could at that point. It was like he was fighting me with it. It was weird. But he was very aggressive and very angry, so he was doing everything that he said he wanted to do to me, he did.
Okay. You mentioned something about your mouth. Did his penis enter your mouth?
Yes, it did.
Okay, did his penis enter any other part of your body?
Yeah, my rectum, my vagina.
Okay. When this is happening, you mentioned forms of force that he was using. Did he utilize anything else to coerce or threaten you in any way?
Yes, he did.
And what did he do?
In the course of us fighting, after he had done that, I was screaming. I was pretty sure his dad was in the house, so he kept covering my mouth. And while he was on top of me, over here was the dresser, and there was the TV. And I remember him trying to reach back for the dresser, and I'm trying to get from up under him. So he turns his whole body around on top of me to go and that's when he had that gun. And he came back and said, "Bitch, I'll blow your brains out." He keeps screaming. And that's when he started dragging me out the house.
Okay, so was the gun introduced while the sexual acts were being committed?
He kept going, but he went and got the gun because I was loud and somebody was in the house. So he reached around and got it because I'm fighting. So, he got the gun to shut me up, I guess.
Okay, and then when you see the gun or the gun is introduced, what are you thinking or how are you feeling at that time?
At the time, I didn't think I'd see my kids, so I kept begging. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna say nothing. I won't tell Dennis or nothing. If you let me go, like, you don't even have to take me home. I'll walk. Just please let me go. I won't tell nobody. I just want to see my kids. My kids wait on me. And I kept telling them, like, my mother know where I'm at. You know, she didn't. I'm like, she know where I'm at. My kids wait on me. Because I thought I was dead. Like that. Because I knew he knew people I knew. He knew I knew where he lived. He knew I knew who he was. And I just knew him.
Okay. Did he, other than taking the gun out, did he threaten you in any way? Did he say anything to you specifically?
He said he was all my friends.
Okay. And do you recall when the sexual acts were being committed, are you aware of whether or not he was wearing a condom? Okay.
No, you weren't aware, or no, he wasn't wearing one?
He wasn't wearing one.
Yeah.
And so how does that altercation or incident in that room that you described end? What happens?
He ended up dragging me out. We get in the car and he turns out not the way he came in. So he kept threatening like you're gonna end up in the cemetery. I do know it's a cemetery behind him, but he kept saying you're gonna end up in the cemetery. And all I remember is us stopping and I saw a bunch of lights and I'm pulling on the door and I started screaming again. And he was like, "Get out, get the F out." And we were at a gas station, not a gas station, it was across the street from the gas station, but there was a street lamp beaming on the car. So I'm the scene. And he said to get out. And at that moment, I didn't notice that the police station, I just wasn't thinking, it was literally right where he dropped me off. On that corner, I ran across the street to the gas station, asked Diane for help, and he opened it back in.
Okay, so does he allow you out of the car or do you get out?
He allowed me, he said that he allowed me.
Okay, and then you run to the gas station?
Yes.
Okay, at any point do you contact the police?
Immediately, the guy in the gas station called 911.
Okay, do you recall when or where you spoke with the police, if you did at all?
When they came, I spoke with them and that, I can't remember much of the conversation. I do know that they took me to the hospital. They weren't very, they didn't believe it happened, even though I'm pointing at the direction of the house and saying who it was. It was like they didn't care. They didn't even, they took me to the hospital.
Okay, so did the police come to you at the gas station?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and you said you were taken to the hospital. Do you remember what hospital you went to? Okay. Do you remember at the hospital what, if anything, that they did, when you were there?
Already did.
Okay, did they do a physical examination of you as well?
Yes.
Okay, and are you aware of whether or not they took any swabs of your body?
Yes, they did.
Okay, do you recall if you had any injuries, after the assault, or what, if anything, your body was feeling?
Yeah, I had injuries, rectal tears and, I just felt sick. I felt violated. I felt weak because I could have made you kill me.
After you were at the hospital, what, if anything, did you do afterwards? Do you recall whether or not you spoke to the police again?
The police, after the hospital, I had a police report. They took me, I guess, to another police station to make a report. I don't remember the report process or which police station that it was I did it in, right?
Okay.
But I did have a conversation with the police after.
Okay, and did you ever hear from the police, about this case after that initial conversation with them?
There's absolutely nothing after that. It's like it was just.
Okay, and prior to, sorry, let me take a step back. When you were at the home with Mr. Adams, did you agree to engage in any sort of sexual contact with him?
Absolutely not.
Did you want him to do any of those things that he engaged in with you?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And did you tell him that you didn't want that, or did you tell him to stop during that time?
I said no. I said stop. I asked, why are you doing this?
Okay. That weapon that he used during the assault in the home, did he have that weapon when you guys left the home? Do you recall?
I can't remember seeing it on him, but I do know he had it because he flashed it in the car. So I don't remember him like carrying it. If you ask me, do I remember him walking it out because he was dragging. So I don't, and also I don't know if it was a same gun or another, because in the car when I was getting out, when he did get the F out, he reached down and got it. So I don't know if he brought it with it and put it in between the seat, or if that's the one, he probably had in the car already and reached out. But he did motion another gun.
Okay.
But I was.
And when he motioned another gun in the car, did he say or threaten you in any way?
He just kept telling me, no, once he let me go, he let me go. And I told him I wasn't gonna say anything. He kept saying, get gone, get that out after that, because I was screaming and stuff. He didn't say anything in that instance, but he followed up with a phone call a week later, threatening me, telling me I'm contacting the police and I sent somebody to his house and he's gonna do this and that. So it was those kind of threats, but that was pretty much.
Okay, and you said that was a week later?
That was about maybe a week later.
Okay, and how did he do that? I'm sorry?
He called my house. Mm-hmm.
And at that time, did you ever inform detectives of that communication? Do you remember?
I was calling the police religiously.
Okay. And to your knowledge, your phone calls that you made to the police were never returned?
No.
Okay.
They weren't returned. So.
One moment, please.
So there are no further questions, thank you.
Cross examine. Good afternoon, ma'am. Now, this happened way back in August of 1995, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you had a boy, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
What was his name, please?
Dennis Campbell.
And you and Mr. Campbell, of course, hung out together quite a bit, is that correct?
Yes,
And you would also hang out with a group of his friends,
on occasion, yes.
just on occasion?
Mhm.
Said yes, ma'am.
On occasion, yes. I would hang out with him and his friends on occasion.
So did you ever hang out with Mr. Adams before this particular August 27th?
No,
You never met him before that day?
I met him. I was introduced to him amongst mutual friends. We were in a location together, but he and I had never had interaction.
Were those circumstances parties as well?
Yes, they were parties or house gatherings.
But you never had any conversation with him on any of those occasions?
No, I knew of him as Fred, that's it, and that he worked at Chrysler.
And you never went out with him as a result of any of those meetings?
No, we didn't have that type of relationship.
Okay. So over how long of a period of time did you, from when you first met him to August 27th?
From when I first met him?
Yes,
to
yeah,
August
months or years?
It could have been months. Yeah, it could have been months.
Okay. So on this occasion, you were with your friend, Mr. Campbell, right?
Yes,
And there was another woman there?
yes.
And what was the name of that woman?
Her name is Shamel
Does she have a last name?
Penniman.
Penniman?
Penniman, yes.
And anybody else there besides
Just the four of us.
just the four? Where did you first meet that day?
We were at my house and Dennis came to my house to pick me up.
Okay.
And he's a drinker and always drinking, so my mom said that I couldn't go with him, but she didn't want me going.
Was he intoxicated at that time?
No, he wasn't intoxicated at the time, but he would always bring me home drunk, so that's why we had that.
So where did you go after the two of you left your house?
We picked Shamel up.
And did you call her part of town she lived in?
She lived, John, like 6 Mile in Woodford area, John.
6 Mile in Woodford?
Yeah, about a mile from Fred.
Okay. And where did your friend?
He lived, Evergreen and 6 Mile, so since they were going west, that's why he took her that way.
Okay. So when you got together and you eventually met up with everybody else, did everyone start drinking?
Yeah, that's pretty much why we all,
So how much did you have to drink?
actually not a lot. I'm more of a smoker, so I didn't indulge in a lot of alcohol.
But by not a lot, you call how much you had?
I would say a cooler, maybe a cooler.
A cooler of what?
16 ounce cooler beverage, similar to like a Stevens cooler, I don't know, like a little cooler.
So they were like
A wine cooler,
alcoholic drinks.
alcoholic, yeah.
So how many of those did you have?
One.
Just the one? And you say you're more of a smoker, is that correct?
Mhm.
Is that yes, ma'am?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So when you started smoking, you need marijuana, is that right?
Yes, sir.
How much marijuana did you have to smoke?
Actually, we didn't get to smoke because where he went to buy it from,
Who's he?
I'm sorry, so we didn't get to smoke because the person who's buying the weed, Dennis, my boyfriend, he didn't want to go to that friend's house, who was the guy who sold the weed.
Okay.
So we didn't get it that day, so that's why I said, okay, I'll drink a cooler. I knew I was going home and I didn't want my mother smelling on me. Shamel had some on her. She and I smoked. I never saw him smoke. I didn't smoke with him.
How much did you have to smoke with Chamel's marijuana?
Half of a
Just a
joint.
blunt?
No, a joint. We wasn't doing blunts then. It was a joint.
Okay. So how many other different locations did you go to that day?
I'd say the liquor store, because we went to the store on 8 Mile, at the park, and then we would go by, he had another friend that lived in Harbor Town or something downtown, some apartments.
At the park, you moved down a mile?
Yeah, by that park, by Belle Isle Park, downtown, Harbor something apartments, I remember going in.
So you went to a liquor store there?
No, we went to a liquor store on 8 Mile.
Okay.
And then we went downtown.
So how many different locations were you at altogether?
I'd say 3, 2, 3, no, liquor store, park, Fred's house, 3.
What time did this all start?
That I don't remember.
Morning, noon, night,
I would say about 4 o'clock.
4 p.m.?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
So there came a time when everyone decided to go home, is that what you're saying?
no, it didn't go that way.
No? How does it that everyone made a decision to leave?
So Shamil indicated that because the reason we picked her up was to introduce her to Fred to kind of double date. Kind of, do you have a friend for my friend thing? She indicated that she wasn't interested and that she wanted to go home.
What time was that?
I would say after about a couple hours of hanging out, maybe, I don't know.
So maybe around 6 p.m.?
I really,
Is it still late outside?
that I don't know. It's like maybe, when we got to his house, it was dark. When we got to Fred's house. But I don't know exactly the time of day, but I know everything had to happen after 4 because my mother was home from work. So I know it had to happen late in the day. I just don't know exactly what time we got to his house or what time he picked me up. I don't have those specifics.
All right. And where were you leaving from?
My house.
No, I mean, were you at Harbor Town, were you at Belle Isle?
We were leaving from downtown, coming back up. We were driving up Woodward all the way.
Okay.
And so that's when they decided, Jamel said, I need to go home. So then it said, well, I'll take her home because I'll pass her going home. So Fred said, well, he didn't mind taking me home because I'm this way and he was stopping home.
So did you welcome his company?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Did you welcome his company to take you home?
Yes, I accepted his offer to take me home.
Okay. And did he immediately start in the direction of your house?
No, he immediately started in the direction of his house.
Okay, did that concern you then?
Absolutely not, because he had indicated beforehand that he planned to stop home first.
Okay. And you were willing to go home with him under those circumstances?
Yes, he had given me no reason to be alarmed by him.
So, but you didn't know what he was going into the house for, is that correct?
No, I didn't ask. He said, I need to stop by the house real quick, so
Where did he park when he got home?
driveway.
Didn't go into the garage?
No, I think we went in through the garage because we went through a mud room, but he didn't park in the garage.
But he didn't park.
No,
So. Came into the house with him?
yes, I
And what
did.
did you do then?
I went in, I followed him in. He was like, you could have a seat in the whatever room that was on the couch. I sat down. He come back from that hallway that we came through. You want a drink? I said, oh, okay. And he brought it. I literally sipped at the drink.
What did he bring you?
I had no, it was alcohol. I don't know. I'm not a big drinker, so I just said, yeah.
Was it straight alcohol?
I really can't remember. Like I took a sip of it. I cannot remember, but I know it was alcohol.
Okay. And you just say you had a sip, you didn't have one.
I didn't even get a chance to.
Okay. This was a big house, it wasn't?
Very good.
Luxurious house?
Absolutely.
Did you have any indication that it sounded like anyone else was in the house at the time?
I felt like there were, because of he was adamant about me being quiet and the way we had to come in the house and it was dark. The garage was already up and there was stuff in the garage and there was already stuff out, like you can smell the house. I knew somebody was there.
All right, so when he started making moves that you didn't appreciate, did you yell out for help?
No, I said stop and no. Like at the beginning, I said stop and I said no. I said, why are you doing this?
But you didn't yell out for help?
No, because he was asking me nicely, like literally, hey, why we can't. So in the beginning, he wasn't being aggressive. There was no reason for me to ask for help. He didn't do anything but ask and I declined.
All right, and things started to change though.
Did you yell out at that? I didn't have a chance to. By this time, he's covering my mouth and choking me on the floor. It was from 0 to 100. It was very quick and very aggressive.
So there was a scuffle between the two of you?
If a scuffle is him knocking me to the floor, yes, there was a scuffle.
All right, you were knocked to the floor, was it a loud noise?
It was him pushing me to the floor and getting on top of me. I didn't even think about what the noise would sound like. I don't think it was much of a noise, him knocking me to the floor, getting on top of me.
So from the beginning of the incident to the end, how long passed? What amount of time?
My soul left my body, sir. I do not know. I do not know.
Okay. You say you suffered injuries, is that correct?
Yes.
Were there any injuries on the outside of your body?
No physical injuries and bruises and scratches on the outside? No, sir. On my neck, actually, there was scratch and bruise that was noticed by the person doing the exam. And they took samples from under my nails.
Okay.
But that was pretty much it.
He let you out of the car once you started driving again?
Yeah, he just took off. I don't know where he went. Yeah, let me out and started driving.
And he left you out in the vicinity, but you later learned to be a police station, is that correct?
He literally let me out at the corner that the police station is on. Yes, sir.
7 Mile Road.
Yes.
So after the police took report and after you were taken to the hospital, the home,
Here I went. I think the police ended up taking me to I had to do a statement at a police station. I don't remember which station it was, but they took me there and my mother picked me up to take me home. So they didn't take me home. My mom did though, after I went to the police station.
is your mother still alive?
Yes, she is.
And you say that you contacted the police a lot after this incident, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But they never took any further statements from you?
No, they didn't take any statements. They weren't very accommodating. They treated me like they didn't believe me from the beginning. No follow-up, no anything.
And when you gave them statements, did you include the full names of everyone who was with you that day?
Yes, I did.
Can you give them addresses and phone numbers as well?
No, I didn't. They didn't ask.
You didn't ask.
They did not ask.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, that's, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step now. Any other witnesses on behalf of the people?
Judge, no other witnesses on behalf of the people, but I do have two exhibits that I would like to introduce for the record. Under the statute for 766.11B in regards to lab reports as well as a medical record, both have been shared with defense through discovery. If I could read those into the record, at least the pertinent parts.
Any objection?
For exam purposes.
Admitted.
Thank you, Judge. The first one is People's Exhibit number 1. It is 3 lab reports combined. Yes, 3 lab reports from the Michigan State Police Department, the Michigan State Forensic Science Division. Lab number relates to KIT 15-23228. and it relates specifically to Janetta Stallings' rape kit. It lists that, it was authored by Kathy Fox, that's Kathyfox, the biology unit. Originally, this kit was outsourced to Bode Technology, and so that rate, or that case number is MID 1405-0861. And it indicates on that report that there was a male DNA screening result, and that the evidence was screened to identify samples contained of male specific DNA. And that male DNA was indicated in the following sample. The sample was processed further, that would be MID 1405-0861-E01. E01 is specifically the DNA vaginal swab sperm fraction that was completed or taken from Janetta Stallings' rape kit. Report number 2 indicates that there was a POTUS match once the DNA was processed in the system, and that the evidence tag number came back to oh, I'm sorry, Judge, that's the case-to-case report. But that there was a case-to-case report for another rape kit, and then eventually record number 3 was a confirmation buccal swab that was eventually taken from Mr. Adams and compared, and indicating that there was enough or sufficient for comparison purposes, and that the DNA profile obtained from the kit 15-23228-E01 matches the DNA profile obtained from the buccal swab of Mr. Adams. Sorry, that was a bit disjointed. So that's 3 reports, one of which includes Bode Technology, the outsource. And then the second, People's Exhibit number 2, is the medical records that were obtained from the Detroit Receiving Hospital, indicating that there was a body trauma present, that there was indications of pain, of pelvic pain, of thigh pain, and different, I guess, injuries that were reported on the complainant when the sexual assault examination was completed. And that is for specifically one of the elements required for the multiple variables. And that's all, Judge.
Question of fact, sir. I agree, it is a question of fact. Court, after hearing the testimony and receiving people's evidence, hearing the testimony of Ms. Fitzgerald, is satisfied he would make a burden of probable cause as relates to the charges contained in the complaint. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. Court finds probable cause was committed. Then we move down over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court. Criminal division proceedings is arraignment on the information date and time of October 6, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Are there any issues as to bond?
Not for me, Judge.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to remove the tether. It's been placed on him. This offender that happened a long time ago, right? My client does not have a criminal record either before or none since, I think. When this case first came about and underwent the preliminary exam and almost went to trial, my client had no tether on him at that time. My client does have medical conditions, the court can see is in a wheelchair. And the court needs to have him show you his present condition. His legs are swollen. It gives him a great deal of discomfort. And for these type of purposes, his limitation of mobility and all that type of thing, I don't think it's necessary. But as the court considers it.
Thank you, Judge. So I actually looked into this because I was curious what the bond was set last time when this case came forth. And the defendant was ordered on house arrest and a GPS tether at the time, and I believe he had it. I don't know if he had it up until the end, but I believe that he did. I believe that a tether, given the circumstances, is appropriate. I understand the time that's lapsed, but also, we still have very significant allegations. I think in any other circumstance, the defendant would not be out on bond as in this case because those things have already been taken into consideration. The other thing is we did address this prior with his attorney that was of record before defense counsel, and the court and myself requested to see any medicals that would require him or that would result in his inability to wear a tether. And I don't believe we have received that yet. I think if that is the case and he is unable to have one, then we can, address this issue again, but I have not received any medical documentation. So.
In large part, I have to agree with the prosecution in that although I recognize the purpose of bond is not for punishment, this court just held a preliminary examination in which the evidence is pretty damning, particularly that DNA evidence I just heard from a very credible witness. So not only do I consider if the defendant is a flight risk or a dangerous to the community, I also consider the likelihood of conviction. Based on what I've heard, the likelihood of conviction appears to be somewhat very high. I'm not inclined to reduce the bond at this time. In fact, I would venture to say if the defendant was not in the condition that he's in right now, he would probably be sitting in jail, in the Wayne County Jail, based on the testimony that I've just heard. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and I will continue to bond with the tether power.
Thank you.
We have Mr. Perkins step in, and Mr. King. Perfect. Yes. Here comes Mr. King.
Yeah.
Where's Mr. Pollard?
He's coming, he's right behind, he's in black.
Oh, there he is.
Somebody want
All right, calling case 2357191, People State Mission versus Brandon Earl Pollard. Brandon is charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 33, force or coercion. Count 2, assault with intention to great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 5, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 6, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 7, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 8, weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 9, weapons, ammunition, possession by felon. Count 10, weapons, felon, firearms. Count 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, felony firearm. Count 16, domestic violence. And it has an official third instance. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. APA Larry King for the people, E78774.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon to your staff. May this honorable court. My name is Carlos Perkins, E55623, appearing on behalf of Mr. Pollard. Mr. Pollard, can you state your name for the court?
Brandon Pollard.
So this matter was held in part at least a couple of times. The last time was August 4th. Continued to September 8th. September 8th date was adjourned to today's date for the preliminary examination transcript from the first meeting. I've had an opportunity to review the same. I trust you gentlemen have as well.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Are we ready to proceed?
We are.
Okay, so I think we have arguments as to mine.
Correct. He was, yes.
That is correct, Your Honor, and I would move for bind over on all counts. Your Honor, this was a case where counts arose essentially from two different days. The first day being the incident on May the 27th into the 28th at the residence of the complaining witness, Ms. Carlethia Robinson. She was the first to testify back in July in this case, and the charges that arise out of that incident are the criminal sexual conduct, assault by strangulation, felonious assault, and accompanying the felonious assault, a single count of felon possession of a weapon, and 2 counts of felony firearm.
The remaining counts come at a later time when the search warrant was executed of the home that was purported to be Mr. Pollard's, and additional weapons and firearms were discovered. That is how it was submitted by the Detroit police. That is how it's been charged. I know it's done differently in different cases, but in this case, it was all submitted together. So it was charged together, it would continue together, obviously. Were it to be bound over, which I would request, if defense moves to sever it, that could be an issue brought before a third circuit court judge. But these incidents were all part and parcel of the same investigation. Essentially, police went into the home searching for the weapon that was alleged to have been used in the course of the CSC. And in that search, they located additional firearms. So it was all brought together. So the transcript that was ordered was that of the first testimony, that of Ms. Robinson. And Ms. Robinson did testify to the court that she was home. She provided us with our venue and our dates. She was home on May the 27th, that she had contact with Mr. Pollard on that day. They came, he did some housework, including mowing of the yard. On page 9, the court will note that she indicated that he was supposed to come back with garbage bags. The witness indicated that he came back at 1 o'clock in the morning the following day. And it was on that date when he returned that the facts that brings to court actually occurred. He entered the home with her permission. They went upstairs to the bedroom. He sent the child to bed. And at that point in time, he began to assault Ms. Robinson. He forced himself on her. Her own words, he forced himself on her. He pushed her down onto the bed based on her testimony. Based on her testimony, she asked him to stop several times. He forced himself on her, undressed, and forced sexual intercourse, penis to vaginal opening on her. She was able to get away. She fled downstairs. It was her testimony that while downstairs, the defendant briefly left the home, returning allegedly with a firearm, pointed the firearm at her. Also during the altercation on the first floor of the home, he grabbed her by the neck and strangled her to the point where she lost consciousness. He also applied his weight to her, arguably suffocating her. I understand that the testimony in this case was not perfect. There were some things brought up on cross that are obviously issues that could be argued by defense. But looking at the testimony in its entirety, I think that there was ample evidence submitted on all elements of all charged counts. And I ask that Your Honor find this matter.
Well, Your Honor, I know the standard, please, of course. I know the standard, and I know the low standards, the low threshold that this court has to deal with. But I think what's disconcerting in this matter is that you have an individual who testifies at one point in time, I believe on page 15. May I approach and give the court back your transcript? Thanks. You have a witness that testifies that at one point in time when she is being strangled, she passes out, and then she wakes up and he's still hovering over her. Then later on in the cross-examination portion, she says he strangles her. When she wakes up, he's gone. So you have those varying degrees, but it is even more exasperating when you have an individual who says that this occurred, the actual alleged assault occurred at 1 a.m. Because I asked some questions about, well, you must have been there about 30 minutes before. She wouldn't nail that down, but she was specific in that the assault took place at 1 a.m. This is a 911 call that's made at 2:34. So that was, I questioned her to that extent. She didn't disagree with it. So I'm arguing for what is part of the record. And I do believe that I did ask the officer in charge those questions to sort of encapsulate that testimony or the variances in the testimony. In short, Your Honor, this is a person that I believe the court can take and assess and is required to assess credibility. And there is a serious flaw and lacking in credibility. What I do want is bring it up here a little bit because the court was keen as to what I was going to make as a request. This clearly is two cases. The prosecution should not be allowed to bastardize a defendant with other behavior and couple it in that happened days later, which clearly is his possession or alleged possession of firearms. I understand you may be looking for that firearm or that weapon. That's a separate case when you find it on a separate day, 2 or 3 days later. Because what is the cumulative effect there? You know, it's almost that I'm going to get a conviction by way of a multitude of counts. This is 2 cases. This is the 27th, or I don't know if we've gone into the beyond 12 o'clock and it becomes the 28th. And I believe that the search warrant was May 30th. So clearly, and you know, I'm really at a disadvantage in this right now, even many years we've been doing it, whether or not that's before your honor, asking you to, you know, to bifurcate now and dismiss those counts from this particular event. Just because they submit the warrant request that way doesn't make it right. And I think the court was keen to bring that to the attention of the government as, you know, those requests were due for, as he was making this argument. But again, as it relates to the events that took place, we have an individual who has varied in many different directions. Now, I do have to accept the fact that she continues to complain or be aggrieved of a sexual assault. She continues in that, but how she gets there and how these things took place are impactful as to whether or not this court is to believe her. And furthermore, and I'll leave it at this, because it is, I believe it's a factual case that needs to be determined. There are some facts, but I'm chagrined to believe that it should go and be bound over when she herself says, oh, this is all because of the child support. And as you remember, there was some testimony as it relates to a pending family court matter or family court, and she, in her own statements, by way of asking those questions, she submits that this is because of the child support case. So there's so many reasons that the court should have some consternation in wanting to find this over, because this woman is just not to be believed, as these circumstances have happened in the way that she described it, and that it was a sexual assault. I believe there was.
My memory, did I hear testimony about the search warrant and the police going in and finding these weapons and so forth?
The second time that I believe it was the officer in charge, or I can't remember, or it was another officer who testified. It was the officer in charge who testified on the second day. I don't think the officer in charge was here the first day, but who testified, I think, on August 10th. If this was July 10th, it was August 4th that the officer in charge testified that pursuant to search.
There is absolutely no reason that this case should have been combined. It should have been 2 separate cases. They don't have the same transaction or occurrence, and that a search warrant was executed on a totally different day than this offense occurred. And I must admit, during the time I was a prosecuting attorney, I loved when I presented in front of the jury a defendant that was charged with everything you could throw at him because of the effect that it has on the listener. This must be a very bad guy. Listen to all these charges. That is not warranted here. And I wish that it was brought to my attention, or I could call it sooner. I would have bifurcated the case then. You would have to get another case number and proceed in that fashion. In fact, the case wouldn't even be in front of me. Not the second search warrant. Those facts wouldn't be in front of me because it doesn't meet the criteria to be in this court. But as such, people have combined this case. It doesn't make a lot of sense for me to try to bifurcate it now, and then they go to another judge and have those same witnesses come back and testify again. So I think Mr. Perkins would be stuck with trying to get a bifurcation of it down the road. And I wouldn't blame you for doing so for that very reason, that just the reading of the charges, I think, would be prejudicial to this defendant in front of the jury. But As it relates to the case that is properly before this court, I believe is properly before this court, any witnesses, Ms. Robbins. I had an opportunity to hear Ms. Robinson's testimony and also go over the transcript from the date that she testified to refresh my recollection as to what she testified and how she testified. And I can't say that there was anything inherently incredible about her testimony. I think the rational trier of fact could find that her testimony was credible, particularly on those points, those salient points of what she said happened to her. The rational trier of fact could also find that she was very inconsistent and she's missing many of the minor details that would bolster her credibility. It could go either way. It's all going to depend on the trier of fact to determine if they believe her testimony. That's not my function. So that being said, the court is satisfied that people have met the burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in Complaint 1. The court finds that the charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this committed. Then it will be bound over to the Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. Is arraigned on the information date and time of October 6, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m.
Thank you so much, John.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are we off the record?
Yes, sir.
So what is
Thank you as well. I appreciate you hanging out with me. Thank you so much. That concludes the docket for today. Hope to see you Monday. Enjoy your weekend. Same bat station, same bat time.